What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Comic Shop Conversations. Very special episode because as of today, sorry. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think. I think it was last night. I'm looking at my email, and it was late last night, getting back from work, and I got an email from YouTube themselves that said that I am now re-monetized. So, for those of you who may not know, the past 3 months, 4 months, actually, I guess, has been kind of an upward battle of managing my YouTube channel and making sure that everything has been in regulations and matching the YouTube's policies and all this stuff. Where I actually sent a rebuttal for my demonetization, which happened back in December, which took all my monthly, all the monthly memberships away and super chats and even just ad revenue on regular videos and live streams. All that just gone. YouTube denied my rebuttal and said, nope, you're still like outside of our policies. They do not match what we're looking for. Wait 3 months, delete the videos of which you think are like, not matching our content policies, and then we'll come back and reassess. And so after 3 months and lots of deleting different videos and seeing which ones I think were probably the culprits that initially got it demonetized, we're back and we're monetized. And with that, all I have to say is this from one of our favorite shows of all time.
I'm back, baby!
And your show.
I'm back, baby. Gotta get the ending on there.
What show is that? Everybody Loves Raymond. Is that?
No, it's Friends, actually.
Oh, okay.
Ah, that was King of Queens.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, close. They all kind of, they're in there.
I thought it was Becker. Oh, never mind.
I've never even heard of that. But all that being said, thank you, everyone. Like, seriously, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, thanks for sticking with me and hanging with me. Now, if you are a member, you most likely got an email saying that your memberships are turned back on. The fun thing that I'm going to do with memberships is we're going to change it up a little bit, and we're going to make a couple tiers more affordable. So I'm going to get rid of the top tier right now, and I'm going to actually add just a 99-cent tier that if you want to get in for just $1 a month and see some of the art books that I talk about behind the scenes. Sometimes we do member-only live streams and member-only panels where we've looked at Ripaverse books, which has been fun. That was, a while ago. But stuff like that, if you just want to, subscribe for $1, that's, I think, what I'm going to do from now on. And I think it'll be a great entry point. So yeah, I'm excited about being remonetized. And once again, thank you everyone for, supporting and sticking with me and being patient. And speaking of which, Jamin D actually became a YouTube member, but he increased his subscription or his membership. So Jamin, dude, thank you so much. That's awesome. He was at the Viking tier, and now he's at the Spartan tier. Now, what do you guys think about changing up? Because now that we're, the moniker of the channel is now the Comic Crusader. I'm thinking instead of having different, factions of historical warriors, I kind of like the Star Trek ranking system. So you have like ensign, lieutenant, and then commander. But no one's captain because no one's Picard, right?
That sounds gay, but hey, you know what? If you want to do it, go right ahead.
Because I was like, what else could I do for membership tiers?
Bronze Age, Silver Age, Gold Age.
Ooh, now we're talking. Okay, I like it.
Or
that makes more sense.
What can we do? We could do Ayala.
Oh no, Vita Ayala level.
Kirby.
T. Franklin. Then
Franklin.
Yeah.
Don't you dare have Jim Lee on that list. He doesn't deserve
Whoa. I was going with Stanley, okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
Stanley, Jack
okay.
Kirby.
Then Jim Lee at the top. Yeah.
Wow, so you had Jack Kirby as the highest tier. Interesting.
I mean, why not? People give him. I mean, he deserves. Look, if we're being honest, he deserves more credit.
He really does.
Stanley was just the face, but you need the face.
You need the faith.
Yeah. You need the guy to promote it, but Kirby was the creative mind behind it all.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
But Jamin, thank you so much, brother. You've been a great supporter and a huge fan, and we really appreciate it. So this one's for you.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What we doing live? Echoes in eternity.
Man, did you guys know that there was a second movie that came out after that?
No.
Like a year later. Yeah.
Apparently,
kidding.
yeah. Yeah, it's like it deals with him going through time and going through hell and the afterlife, and it ends with
Yeah.
him working in the Pentagon. You know, just being
In
a
the Pentagon.
yeah. That was actually in the original sequel script.
Yeah, it was.
I knew he went through hell, but I didn't know he worked at the Pentagon.
Yes.
Yeah. All the way at the present
Yikes.
time. A little weird.
Yikes. Is
That's
that as
really weird.
bad as the Superman film where he can't fly and he fights a giant spider?
I would have rather seen that.
I want to
honestly.
see that.
Yeah.
He kills a polar bear. Yeah, hell yeah, I want to see
Oh,
that.
God.
The most dangerous animals in the animal kingdom.
Yep.
Dang. Well, we've also got Cajun Corey, member for 30 months. My goodness, dude, that is crazy. He says, "Look what I can do again." It reminds me of Stuart from Mad
Yeah.
TV. Look what I can do.
Look what I can do.
Well, thank you so much, Cajun. Greatly appreciate it. He also says he's got his rooms booked for Dallas. City Boys, you know that we're coming out to Dallas. So that'll be exciting, Cajun. And thanks for the support, brother. This one's for you.
I'll dance with you.
Did we get that Punisher in this episode?
No.
We
Did you
got,
say that?
we got an actual Punisher in this episode.
Oh, we got the
Yeah.
real Punisher. Okay,
Mhm.
all right. Ah,
Something. I think it's more like the dirty laundry Tom Jane Punisher we got in this one.
oh,
Yeah.
Dirty Laundry with Ron Perlman. He's in that too.
Yes.
As
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of TDS, Ron Perlman, who has TDS, but Jack Frost says that playing a kind of boring game, sad because I found out Matt Wagner has TDS.
Mm.
And he's shitting Grendel with it. How about you? Matt Wagner. Do we know who that? I don't know if I
Yeah,
have
creator.
it.
Yeah, creator of Grendel.
Greater Grendel, yeah.
Why am I blanking on that? I don't know. But
Did some Batman comics too. I think he's
Yeah.
got-
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is really good Batman comics, and one of my favorites was Batman versus Grendel. It's fantastic.
oh, nice.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Oh,
I got
look
the
at
same, yeah, I got the same collection.
But-
Love it.
Very nice.
Yeah, he did, and he did a lot of covers for Batman too. He's a
Yeah.
fantastic artist. But you know,
Dang.
look, honestly, the industry that we're involved in, are we surprised? I'm
No.
No.
No, I assume everybody has TDS until they prove
Until
otherwise.
they prove otherwise.
Yeah.
Even if they have like a mild to like middle of the road take,
Yeah. It's like
I'm
I
like,
just-
oh wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've got Jay Blue. What's up? What's up, Jay Blue? Thanks for being here.
So bringing it back.
Um,
Bring it back. What's up?
yeah, let's bring it back. Why not?
Mm.
So, speaking of TDS, actually, Drew, you sent this to me, and I thought that it was very apt. At first, we were like, "Oh, this is the dumbest take in the world," but then when I thought about it, I was like, "No, this is exactly how they created this character to be." And this is exactly what I saw in that first episode of Daredevil. So this is by Screen Rant that has the little title, Fisk Can Fix It. And they say there are clear parallels between MCU's Mayor Fisk and President Trump. So I figured we'd go through these. They have 10 different points, talking points, to talk about why there's such a large parallel between the two. And why there's zero nuance as to why the two are so not or so why they're so equal in writing. But I know that this is ridiculous, but I think this is how they truly thought about writing this Fisk character. This one, because I don't know, do you guys, from the show that we've gotten so far, it feels like they are trying to adhere to the fact that Fisk and his trauma, quote unquote, his PTSD was actually cured by Echo's Native American family. Right? Isn't that what, Josh, you watched Echo, right?
Yeah, sadly.
Unfortunately.
I wouldn't say, I don't know. I wouldn't say that his trauma was, I don't know. It's very
It's a
vague
mess. What happened with him, yeah.
But it does seem like this is a completely different Fisk than we've ever seen in the Netflix series. At least in my opinion.
All we've seen of him so far is him trying to play pretend mayor, which I hate. I don't hate the mayor aspect. The fact that he's trying to get power in a different way, trying to get a different kind of leverage, makes sense to me. I could see Fisk doing that, and then he's gonna have to pretend to be good. What I hate is how stupid he suddenly is, not knowing how things happen.
Oh my god, that was
Like,
are you a fucking kindergartner? You don't understand.
we need a permit. Like,
what do you mean? Who do I talk to about this?
Yeah.
I can't just do things as mayor. It's like, what are you fucking 5? Like, really?
It's like a 5-year-old wrote it for a 3-year-old. It's like it was not very helpful. And then I just love how everyone on the construction team was like, well, boys, he said we can fill it, so let's go ahead and fill the hole. And they all like go and like rally together. And it's like, my God, man, it's so cheesy. Fill the hole, fill the hole. Gosh,
this episode was bad about that too. Just saying.
Was this the worst episode so far?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, let's go through some of these. So the clear parallels, at least that Screen Rant believes, they both believe they're the good guys. Do you think that Fisk actually thinks that he's the good guy here?
No.
Whereas Trump, I don't think he necessarily believes he's a good guy. I just think he's doing what's necessary in order to try and save his country.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there's number 1 down. All right. Rolling through these. Number 2, both were shot in the head.
Oh, Jesus. Come
on. Well, at least they admitted he was. That it wasn't staged.
Yeah. So for the longest time, Drew, that's such a good, Heavy D. That was like a narrative that they were running with. The fact that like he was, it could have been glass that broke off of the teleprompter, or it was all fake and he meant to do that. But then the people who died behind him in the crowd, those were actors or something. Like there was just insanity.
Yeah.
They tried.
So I guess we are staying with continuity if Fisk was really shot in the head / face.
Yeah, but that was also Hawkeye. That wasn't Echo.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, if you have to
very carefully tiptoed that line of acknowledging Hawkeye, but not acknowledging Echo.
But that's what's so kind of crappy about these MCU writers is that they feel like, well, we'll take from this one, but not this one.
I mean, is that crappy or is that smart? If they leaned all into what they did in Echo, just set it on fire right now.
I'm saying don't lean into either. Pick up from Netflix. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't mind. I don't like the way they handled him from the physical aspect in Hawkeye, but I didn't mind Hawkeye. I thought it could have been I thought it was a fine show. Not great, but it was fine. Good character moments. I like the fact that they established that during the quote unquote blip, Kingpin was still just finding a way to run things.
Oh,
I didn't hate that. Like I think that I would love to see a series of him running shit during the chaos.
Yeah, because I guarantee you, he was much smarter in that than he is in this show.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Targeting specific groups of people. So vigilantes.
Yes. Okay. That's the only people he's targeting.
Yeah.
Is he rounding them up and putting them in concentration camps because that's what everyone thinks is happening to women and people who are diverse, I guess.
Oh, I mean, I'm in a concentration camp right now. Can you not tell?
Oh yeah, that's right,
Yeah,
Josh. You're part of that crew. So
pennies, please.
Josh wants reparations, guys. That's really what he wants.
Who doesn't?
Hey, can I get some reparations?
Hey, that's actually panhandling, and you have 20 to 30 of those on your rap sheet. And if you want to get probation, that's not happening, Josh. I'm sorry.
Well, nobody knows what it's like as a gay person. You're oppressed, capital O.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to jail. I want to go home because I said so. I'm going home.
Right. I'm taking this one to court. I'm taking this
We'll
one
get
home.
into that later. I have a lot to say about
Yeah, we're
Ooh,
gonna rip that
lot
to shreds.
of that
Kyle's-
shit.
Kyle's favorite scene.
Oh, God.
Jack Frost says, I don't care that he has TDS. I care that he crapped in Grendel with it. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Max, I don't think that word is crap.
Oh. Well, we're going to say a lot of it later, and I already don't want to get demonetized considering that I just got it back last night. So.
Yeah, let's wait an hour.
However, chat, I will say that it is Kyle and Josh's sole job tonight that they are trying to, at some point here, scheme to try and get this taken down, but we'll see what happens.
Cannot wait.
So they're actually adapting Born Again, or they just, it's not Born Again at all.
No.
Like at all.
No.
There's nothing about the actual series whatsoever.
I have read Born Again forwards and backwards, God knows how many times in the last 25 years. There is nothing in this series that resembles any single panel in Born Again.
Nope. But shameless plug. I'm going to whore you out, Josh, real quick in your channel. If you guys want to actually go watch us talk about Born Again, Daredevil Born Again, one of the all-time greats, we are going to be doing the comic book club this coming Tuesday on Josh's channel, Pop by Culture. You can find it in the description of this video. And we're going to be talking about that on Tuesday and breaking it down. It's like what, issue 220 something to 236, something like that. I got to look at it again, but great run.
Yeah.
We've also got Spencer Voikin. He says, "Ha! You kept the heavy D name. I dubbed you." Nice.
Yes, sir. Publisher of Aftermath and owner of Blame Canada Publishing.
Oh, heck yeah. Well, thanks for being here, Spencer. We appreciate it. And we're actually going to show off some of your stuff a little bit later here. Jody LaFlame. What's happening, LaFlame? He says, caught me my first episode live. So hyped. Well, thanks for being here, man. And we're hyped for you to be here. So
is that Jody or is it Jedi?
Jedi?
I mean,
Jodi?
Even if it was me and people were calling me Jody, I'd be like, yo, it's Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi. All right. My fault, Jedi. I'll get it right.
Thanks.
Jedi
Appreciate it.
is going to be subbing up to your boy, Josh. Let's see what else. Spouses who've distanced themselves. I didn't know that Melania was like.
No, she hasn't. She's doing stuff behind the scenes. She's dealing with a lot of child trafficking stuff right now.
Oh,
yeah.
So, are you saying that Melania is not making more profit than Trump? That she's taken over his Trump Towers and all his deals? And no,
she's actually working. Yeah.
Oh, well, good. And it looks like Josh is right. Jedi. Look at that. I don't know. I can't pronounce names. This one's.
I watched enough Key and Pill to learn how to pronounce some names.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Jadavion. Yeah. When they're doing the football names, yeah.
Son of
a. Number 5 is a bit of a stretch. Both have towers.
Fuck off. Both wear suits. Like, what, really? Like, what else? Both are white guys.
Both are white.
Yeah. Give me a fucking break.
It's almost as bad as why do I always forget his name? the actor who posted on Twitter where he's like, do you see the similarities? And it was Trump and Elon in front of the White House with the Cybertruck. And then it was like Hitler and someone else looking at a car. I was like,
Is that Pedro Pascal? Who
It sounds like
No,
Mark Ruffalo.
no,
Sounds like
no.
a Ruffalo thing.
You know what? It wasn't. It was shoot, the guy from Hot Tub Time Machine.
John
Cusack?
Cusack?
Yeah,
John Cusack.
Yeah.
Yep. He was the one who did it.
Yeah.
That tracks, yep. Tactics to remove rivals is number 6. Last
Exactly the same. Yep, they do it.
last I remembered, it was Trump who was shot, right?
Yeah.
So
Wait,
like, who
but-
was
but no,
trying to take out?
Regardless, politicians going as far back as fucking Caesar have used tactics to remove their rivals.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was Trump that beheaded a guy with his car door, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
he's done
Oh, that's right.
So,
Oh, I forgot about that.
Well, the guy had it coming. He embarrassed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I remember all those Trump supporters being like, "Oh yeah, Fisk is freaking cool because he smashed that guy's head in the car door." What did he say? Like on the BB BB
yeah,
report,
on
and
the
it's like
BB
you're
report,
supposed to,
yeah.
I heard a rumor that he smashed the guy's head off with the car door. Yeah. Like that. I hate that kind of shit too, because it's like, really, how would you know that?
Yeah. How would you know that, one? And
That
two,
never got pinned on Fisk. How would you know that?
crazy. 7, similar political slogans. Well, yeah, I mean they wrote that specifically to be, we're gonna. There's a line where Fisk actually says like, we're gonna make New York great again or something.
The Fisk can fix it and make America great again, and every other freaking political slogan that's out there all sound like the same retardation from the same retardation.
Yes.
Oh, you want to know what's also retarded about that? BB, when she's doing her little video report, talking about there's trash on the streets. Like, yeah, that's fucking New York City. That's Manhattan. There is trash on the streets wherever you fucking go. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Let's also not neglect the fact that what was it, roughly a year ago, New York's mayor made a big to-do and press conference about how he's changing New York because they finally, discovered the concept of trash cans.
Yeah.
And putting your trash in trash cans.
That was genius.
Yeah.
God. What a novel concept.
I know.
But I guess what they tried to say is like maybe similar political slogans in that like they had the blue hats with the Fisk can fix it. And they were trying to insinuate the similarities. I don't know.
But it's, again, every politician.
Yeah, since forever. They all do this shit.
Did Obama have the hat though?
Probably.
I'm willing, because he had a specific H for that, and I'm willing to bet.
Oh, maybe.
I'm Googling.
Hillary had hers, and yeah, they all had their gay shit. I mean, it's everywhere. Bumper
Well,
stickers. Yeah.
Hillary
Obama had a hope hat.
See?
Yeah, but if you were to wear an Obama hope hat, some people might be like, "Oh, what's that?" But if you wear a red MAGA hat, everyone knows what that bad boy is.
Damn right.
As they should.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, what was Hillary's slogan? Pokemon go to the polls.
Wasn't it like rise up or stand up or
oh no,
break the glass ceiling? What is it?
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 8, dedicated bases of support.
Yeah.
You mean like every other political candidate
right?
who will just
Voters?
blindly
Wow.
vote? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, did they not remember Obama's, his fan base, his supporters? Jesus Christ. No,
Yeah.
this is ridiculous.
Max, stronger together?
Was who?
Hillary Clinton.
Ooh, that.
Well, I
Stronger
think she's referring to her and Bill. That's what it is.
Probably.
I see.
And the when they go low, we go high also started from Hillary. Not
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking
Very,
about.
very nice.
Okay.
Very nice. Was that started in an email
I think so.
Wow.
or maybe?
Now deleted email.
Then
Yes, of course. That's
then
right.
was it Maxine Waters? She was like, "They go low, we go even lower."
Number 9, both were political outsiders. So Fisk being a like felon or a criminal and a like a villain.
Just not being politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not being a politician. Whereas like Trump was more of a businessman. So.
Yeah. Sure.
And then number 10, both are convicted felons.
Oh,
Interesting.
got him.
Got him.
Ha ha.
Ha! Got him. Jack Frost says Trump has never actually been convicted. He's never been sentenced. The tantrums these people are throwing over Trump taking away their grift are just retardo.
Mhm.
Man, yeah. I mean, I don't know enough about the court cases to say whether or not he was like, because there's a difference between if you're sentenced, but then if you're convicted, right? They never convicted him. I thought they maybe sentenced him, but I don't know. I don't know.
Right,
I
it's
think
being charged and being convicted. It's like
Yeah.
he was charged.
okay.
Yeah, 'cause this is what
Several.
Stephanopoulos got busted for. This is what they got sued
Yeah.
for at
Correct.
ABC News.
Okay. We've got Kaiser here. What's happening, Kaiser? He says, "Sup, Crusaders. Does this mean I'm a Fisk fan?" Well, I guess if you were checked off on all of these 10 different things, then I guess that you're for Mayor Fisk. Man,
Mm,
better get you a blue hat to wear around the city. So,
I will.
Spicard fan says, "Thought hers was Hold Me Up." No, that's who's that would be Sleepy Joe, right? Sleepy Joe
Oh,
would need to be
definitely
held
Joe
up.
would be holding
Yeah.
up. Wake me
That
up.
or drunk Kamala.
Oh yeah.
Man.
What can be unburdened by what has been? So
True words
Well,
have never been spoken, actually.
oh yeah, it's just they just ring so true.
Yeah.
Just into the hearts of men.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about some show and tell, and then we will discuss this week's episode of Daredevil Born Again. All right. So first things first, let's go ahead and share Drew's new comic on sale this Saturday. So that is tomorrow. Is that correct?
That is correct. Tomorrow, Eastern time will be around noon. This goes up. This beautiful, beautiful homage cover to Marvel Comics Presents number 72 by the great Barry Windsor Smith. This is by the legendary, the incredibly talented J.C. Grande, one of the many, many, many covers he's done for Spencer and I. Spencer Voikin, owner of Comic Kingdom Canada and publisher of Blame Canada Publishing. This is his series that he created, Aftermath, that I'm the writer for, that Aaron Sparrow, the Aaron Sparrow, is the editor of. And this is the new variant we have. It's E2E2. But if you can't make it, you can purchase it Saturday at noon Eastern time.
Hell yeah, man. And I don't tend to be the one who's like super into the what would you call it? The homage covers.
Yeah.
That's more Kyle's, realm. However, this is one of my favorite covers of all time, and this is a great homage, man. I think this looks sick. I really, really do like how it ended up turning out. And then let's go ahead and head over to the Comic Kingdom Creative, and you can actually see, boom, on the front page, on sale 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern this Saturday. That is tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat for everyone, so that if you guys want a copy of Aftermath, you can go grab this bad Larry. So do you want to talk a little bit about Aftermath?
Yeah, I was talking to Aaron about this, and he came up with it much more simply than I could. He pretty much called it. It's like Thundar, the old cartoon series where if you remember how Thundar began, it was the meteor, the comet passing by Earth, and everyone just gets morphed and distorted and becomes different things. And it's like, oh yeah, kind of, yeah. If you're familiar with Thundar, it's kind of like this, except everyone gets a superpower. The entire Earth, everyone gets a power. But naturally, when everyone gets a power, their body for the first time is not going to be used to it. The body hasn't acclimated to it. So if, let's say, you get super strength, which is great, but are your bones gonna be able to handle that weight? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, we can find out. So we're seeing the downfall of the Earth in very dark and humorous ways in this issue, and it's going to be a very, very fun and wild ride. And of course, it's going to be very, very, very well illustrated by individuals such as Andre Lunatic on the pencils, the great Shelby Robertson, who is in the chat right now, American Discord, right there. He did the inks for this. He can tell you how much of a blast this was. And we had Dan Kemp as well on the colors. This is arguably one of the most beautiful books I've ever worked on.
Dang, and that's saying something, man. Because yeah, you've had some pretty incredible books in the past, and continue to produce great quality material. So that sounds pretty rad, though, because I think that is a question that a lot of us ask. Is like, whenever we have these comic conversations, whether you're in the actual comic shop or just hanging out like this, you tend to ask the question, well, if you could have one superpower, what would you have, right? Would you want to fly? Well, then would you be able to breathe at levels of altitude where you would want to be flying, right?
Not just
Or
that,
would
what would happen to your body if you get that high up? What's going to happen?
Yeah, right? Yeah. And then, like you said, super strength. Like, if you can pick up a car, but what is that going to do to your hands and your skin if you're picking up a car, right? Like, or your bones going to be able to handle the strength in your muscle? I don't know. That's a good question. So, but I love that, man. That speculation stuff is super fun. So sounds like a great book. And then thanks to American Discord for being in here as well. I'm glad you're heading over to Cane's. Gets you some chicky nuggies. Sounds awesome.
Yeah, Shelby is a great inker, and we got a lot of projects we're working on right after Aftermath. Just wait.
Hell yeah, man. Sounds good. Sounds good. Jay Blue says that cover is sick. I'll pick it up. And George
George,
he says, "What's up, everyone? Happy to hear you got your monetization back, MVP, dude. Thank you so much, George, and welcome back to being a member. I'm so happy to have you, and yeah, thanks again for all your support, brother. Could not have done it without you, so thank you very much. And we've also got Zaxx in the chat. Good evening, Zaxx, and thank you to you, man, for all your help and support during this, because Zaxx was a huge help in terms of how to maybe submit things, or how to submit your claim and all this stuff for the monetization. So really appreciate it. Congratulations, Maximus. Thank you, sir. Jack Frost says, I want Kitty Pryde and Doug Ramsey's powers. Then I could say whatever I want to whoever I want, and then there's nothing they can do about it. I like it. We've got some questions in the chat, though, for you, Drew. Kaiser says, Unholy Nightmare 2, ?
Oh, good question, actually. So we just did a little check-in. Every page has now been inked. Every page is at least inked and done for Unholy Nightmare 2. We have 6 pages left to color, and it is actually being lettered this weekend. So we are on the verge of just about wrapping up issue 2.
Hell yeah, man. Good deal. That's exciting. Well, there you go, Kaiser. Hopefully that answers your question. So I will also Yas King. Perfect. Zach says, Josh, he's covering up your face and it's hurting my heart. Oh, well, here you go. Do you want a little bit of yay? All right. Back to my show. Anyway, I mean, honestly, we probably would gain viewers if we kept Josh on the screen. So, just like y'all got viewers when you put me in my little gay scarf up on your screen. So there you go.
I did.
Zaxx is healed. Well, maybe you guys will be healed from some show and tell that I purchased this past week. So, I've been wanting these covers forever, but they're fairly expensive and they are very hard to find. I've never been able to find these in like an actual comic shop. Like I've always been able to see them at conventions and eBay and stuff like that. But I bought a lot of probably about 30 different books, and it was the full run between issue 2 to 30 something. And this is, I've been reading the essential edition of this, which is the black and white, but I had to get it in its original format because
Super Dracula?
He's close. Well, not really, but I think he shows up in maybe a couple of these. But let me make full screen here. Boom! Doctor Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts. This is issue number 2, and I was actually pretty surprised at the level of not quality, but just like they came in great shape. Like these are pretty high quality books. Now, granted, they're not anything like they're not from the 70s or anything, or actually, no, more 80s, I think.
Yeah,
but,
the early 80s.
Yep, but they are gorgeous. The colors still look amazing on these. This is maybe one of my all-time favorite covers of all time of just like comics in general. This is issue number 4. So sick. Yeah. But yeah, this Doctor Strange run, it's a bit of a hidden gem because I've been reading it and it just has like the cool thing about Doctor Strange is that you can really do pretty much anything you want with him. There is no limit to the imagination from the creator or the artistry from the illustrator. You can do pretty much anything and have these really, really great fun adventure stories, whether he's going through space or going through different dimensions.
Or making AutoZone jokes. Yeah.
AutoZone jokes.
Yeah, there was a great issue written by Brian Michael Bendis, the genius that he is, where he had Doctor Strange. He said, "Get in the zone, AutoZone."
That's embarrassing, and why would I would expect nothing less from Brian Michael Bendis. So, but yeah, these are super sick, and I'm very excited to have them in the collection. But yeah, I got this for I want to say total of like 150. So I think that comes out to about $4 to $5 a book. And I'm good with that because issue 2, 3, and 4, or 2 through like even 1 through 5 are really hard to find, and they're very, very pricey from what I've seen, at least.
Yeah, there are some great artists who worked on that run. And I want to say maybe Barry Windsor Smith did a couple of those issues. I think Michael Golden might have done a few. That might not have been that run, but I know Michael Golden did some Doctor Strange
he
books.
did issue number 55.
There we
And
go.
that issue is like infamous. I do have that one, but I bought it a little while ago for that Michael Golden. But yeah, this stuff is pretty incredible. The artwork alone is just stunning. So
Max, you know what you need to get next?
Hmm?
You need to get the Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, Doug Monac, Paul Gulacy run. Those are arguably some of the most beautiful books you'll ever read.
Really? I don't know. I don't feel like I'd really get into the Shang-Chi character.
No, dude, you will get into that run. That run by Doug Monac is what the movie should have fucking been. That is the blueprint, and they were idiots for not following that.
Yeah. It's solid stuff.
And Paul Gulacy is one of the greatest artists of all time. He is fantastic. You got to check out his art.
All right. I'll have to check it out then, man. Thanks for the recommendation. I do like Doug's Batman. Doug's Batman stuff is like top tier. So
top.
Speaking of tops, we got Zaxx becoming a YouTube member. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
So real quick on that, you mentioned you got rid of that top tier. So I was just doing a little snooping, and I'm sad to say anyone that was in that top tier is no longer a member. So you have to go rejoin.
Yeah,
like they're not a member at all.
Right, and I knew that, but Josh, my good friend, my loving confidant, you were actually the only one in the top tier.
Oh
no. Okay. And so I knew that, and I was like,
"You should have said that."
You just put them on blast, Josh. Thanks a lot, man.
I wasn't trying to do that. I was just gonna be like, "Hey,"
but no, I mean, it made. I was like, "Gosh, dang it!" I'm so happy that Josh is supporting me. I was like, I don't want to cancel his membership, but at the same time, like, I don't want to ask you guys to pay $10. That's crazy. $10 a month for a membership? No way. So, what I plan on doing is just the $1 tier.
Listen,
99 cents, but
I've paid more for crappy. I'm kidding.
Hey, and I've paid more for Ripaverse books. So I mean, we're both both kind of in the same thing. So
you paid more for something that doesn't even qualify as a book from Ripaverse.
Yes.
So okay.
Yeah, that's fair. So well, so with all that being said though, yeah, I do appreciate it, Josh, but I figured it's probably easier just to kind of get rid of it. So, well, I think it's about that time because now that we're done with show and tell, we got to talk about this episode. So, Kyle, I think you had taken notes on this episode. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yeah, I did.
What were your overall thoughts? Well, actually, let's do this. Are you cool with doing a summary this week, or do you want me to take over for our kind of summarizing of the whole episode?
I mean, it sounds like you got a lot to say.
Thank you, New York.
I mean,
I hated this.
Well, sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, I was gonna say what this episode is. What's the episode titled? Semper
Tyrannis.
Yeah.
But
always faithful, terrible lizard. Yeah.
It was originally supposed to be titled "A Day in the Life," where you practically just followed Fisk around all day, and the only things you were gonna see with Matt were this scene and the scene with that we're gonna definitely talk about later, but not the Frank scene.
Real? Oh my god, that's awful.
There originally was no Frank scene in this episode.
Wow, that's really bad. I could not imagine what this episode would have been without the Frank scene.
Nothing. I mean, literally nothing.
Yeah.
Shit show.
That's really bad. Wow. So I guess I'll do our summary and then I'll kind of ask everyone their thoughts. Before we get into that though, look who it is. Joshy became a new member. Thanks, dude. So you know what? I saved you $10. Well, I saved you $5. So
you saved me $5.
There we go. All right, good deal.
It's almost like we had a fight last night, and then I was like, "Fuck! Oh, f this! Sorry, f this! I'm not giving you money." And I like walked out on you, and then I came back sober this morning or tonight, I guess. I was like, "I'm sorry, Max. Seriously."
Like, I'm sorry. Here's a $5. Here's a $5.
That $5 back.
Well, thank you again for your membership, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, the day later says, so Josh got more for his money. Well, I think if you cancel a membership, it gets reimbursed back to your account. So if it doesn't, then tell me and I'll Venmo you because YouTube is not doing their job. But Raphael Ponce, what's happening, dude? He says, hey, Kevin, your book, can it be purchased now? It's a good question.
Yes, there are some on comicselitecomics.com. And then the next show I will be at will be C2E2, and there'll be a few more covers we're going to drop for that. So if you don't like cover A, which I don't know why you wouldn't, yeah, there'll be a few more we're going to drop, but yes, there are some available.
I'm not saying that I don't like cover A. I like cover A. I'm just saying there's a certain cover that I've got, like, you know, dollar bills waiting for you, bro.
Yeah. Me too.
Well,
yeah.
Is if it's the same one that we're all thinking of from one of our favorite creators, he may have been in our top books of last year.
May or may not have been, yeah.
May or may not have been. So let's do a quick recap here. So the episode basically starts off with them at the morgue, kind of putting together White Tiger's belongings, and I guess his niece? Question mark.
His niece
Comes to confront Matt, and basically tells him cops are bad. You killed my uncle. This whole thing is messed up. And Matt feels bad for her and kind of consoles her. And you can see, I mean, he's acting his heart out with the material that he's given here, but kind of, you know, somber beginning. What's up?
Little interjection here. What are the odds in costume by the end of the season of wearing the White Tiger costume?
No.
Of her?
Yeah.
I mean, she's maybe 4'9" at best.
that hasn't stopped. That hasn't stopped him from having an overweight Echo laying waste to people who are like 5 times in shape compared to her.
Well, we also saw like 4'5" in Captain America: Brave New World. Okay.
Yep, that's true. Yeah.
No, I'm really like, I thought this was, well, I know she's a child, but at the same time, I was also like, oh, that's a really small child.
Yeah.
Even for a child, I was like, man, she looks tiny. Maybe it was just the way that they shot it, but she just looked so like itty bitty. I was just like, whoa. Oh, well. So that was our introduction. Then we open up with a nightclub. And it's got all these like Gen Zers like just popping mollies, and you got freaking what's his name just goofing and, you know, bebopping and scatting, and the girls that he's with want him to stay out a little bit longer, but he tells them, no guys, I can't. Oh god,
I got responsibilities. I'm a responsible adult. I have a job. Yeah,
you got a job. I love my boss. I love Mayor Fisk. He's the best. We're gonna do this like Green New Deal thing where we're gonna have like recyclables and all this junk, and it's gonna be awesome. And the two girls, you know, kind of try and guilt trip him into staying, but they end up leaving.
But he says that to a not reporter who then unfortunately
breaks
may
the
or may not
news
be.
later.
It's like, wait a second, like you fucking like really, like you're gonna like when I said that under the influence of all this shit, and you're somehow gonna do this bullshit. Like, come
he's
on.
really bad at his job.
Yeah,
like
but also,
the more
I'd kill her. Like she's dead. Like I can't trust you.
If you're Fisk, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so this episode should have ended with him in that cage. Oh, spoiler alert.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Yeah, right.
Are we? Sorry, I'm slow. Are we Are we recapping the entire episode and then discussing? Or are we kind of discussing?
I'm just going to recap, and then we'll go back and scene by scene it. So, so we may have to hold our. We may have to. I'm just kind of.
No, I was just asking before I started jumping in with shit. Carry on.
Yep.
Absolutely, totally.
I'm going to mute myself just so I don't. I can say it to myself, and no one can hear me other than my wife.
Because Kyle's going to be like, this freaking guy. Yeah. Also, yes, the day later, magical amulet. That scene in that first episode, or was it the second episode? Well, he wasn't wearing his magical amulet. Hey, dude.
He wasn't doing anything that crazy in the convenience store from what I saw.
Not that I know of. So after they end up getting him a cab, and he ends up leaving, we then meet Leroy Jenkins, the hero of our story, ladies and gentlemen. Leroy is handcuffed out on the street with these two kind of dick cops just eating what fiddle faddle, I guess. Oh yeah,
I thought
that's
I thought it was
very
doggy biscuits for a minute they were eating, but
whatever fiddle faddle is. And they end up taking this guy into the cop car and throwing him into jail. And we'll see him a little bit later. But that's kind of our introduction to him.
Time
Anything
out.
else, Josh? Yeah.
Am I the only person on here that knows fiddle faddle is actually a real thing?
Oh, it really is? Oh, I
It
thought it was a
is.
made up thing.
I've
Yeah,
never
no,
had it. Wow.
It's literally like caramel corn.
It's an East Coast thing?
I don't think it's an East Coast thing.
I thought they made it up
I
for the
haven't
show.
seen it.
Huh. Then I guess Matt gets a call from Not Foggy. And they talk about lawyer things. I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. And then we get the BB report. I think this is the BB report. We got some sort of scene juxtaposition. Finally, we get to the Fisk and Vanessa romance / drama / psychiatry that we all know and love. Oh no, that's the stuff that we'll just skip that. This is one of the worst things in the show, if not the worst thing. It's insufferable.
This is pretty insufferable, but this isn't the most insufferable.
Listen, you hoes,
Here we
are
go.
we doing our commentary now, or are we just discussing what happened and then doing? I'm like holding my fucking tongue over here.
You're right. I'm sorry.
I
I'm
can't.
sorry.
I'm furious. I'm furious at this episode.
All right. I'm sorry. We get the BB report. We then get introduced to Leroy Jenkins, who then talks to Matt about potentially getting a plea deal or getting probation or getting 30 days in jail. And Matt has to kind of talk to him about what is right and what is wrong, and the fact that he's got prior convictions and like 20 to 30 of them, and that it's not going to look good in court. And there's a ton of stuff here that we're going to go through later, but this takes up a majority of the episode. Matt then defends Leroy Jenkins and has to try and kind of lower his sentencing because he was, in fact, found with the fiddle faddle. He goes back. Oh, I forgot about this. He confronts the cop from episode 3. And when he listens to his heartbeat, he finds that the cop knows nothing about the murder of White Tiger. Very interesting. So Matt then goes back to, oh God, I keep forgetting about these stupid little. So as Josh alluded to, this was going to be mostly the episode of where you just kind of follow Fisk around. If you guys want to add anything to this, I don't even remember what happened here. And I watched the episode like 2 hours ago and I couldn't tell you what the.
It's just about refiguring the doc, just making the doc new again.
Yeah. Just in the dialogue, it's not even memorable or interesting, or it's just bland. Now we get back to Matt coming back to Leroy, and we get the this kind of diatribe, these empty platitudes, and this monologue from Leroy, who talks about the system and how he's a victim of it. Next, we get Mayor Fisk going to all these different events that you can just tell he is not very happy. And as Fisk is going through these events, they found out that someone has leaked Mayor Garbage on the BB report. We'll get into this later and what that means. Fisk confronts his employees. And what's this guy's name again? What's the actor's... TikTok kid,
high school supporting actor number 3.
Daniel in the show is James Gandolfini's son.
We'll just call him James
supporting
Gandolfini.
Actor number 3. Yeah,
okay, high school supporting actor number 3 says, "If you're gonna fire me, fire me. It's been the honor working for you, Mr. Fisk, and I screwed up, and it's my fault, and I did everything." And Fisk just goes, "Cool, all right, don't do it again."
You were way too fiery with that and way less simp with that. He was way more in the simp category than the fiery category.
That's very true. That's very true.
Because he was pulling I can't do his lisp, but even if you fire me, Mr. Fisk, I'll love you forever. I'll still smoke that dick. So, there we go.
That's much more accurate. Thank you for that. It's theater. We also get super cringy. Well, that's actually kind of cool. But where's the cringe? Oh no, I thought they had the cringe graffiti of the Punisher logo that says "triggered."
That was towards
on
the
it.
beginning.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's supposed to be Muse, right? Isn't that
Yeah.
the general consensus?
Yep.
I think so.
I'll allow it because of that.
More BB report. Then, oh God. Matt goes to the scene of the crime where White Tiger was murdered. And when he goes there, he tries to find a bullet casing because he's like, there has to be some sort of evidence, right? He ends up knocking a little one of those shot bottles over, which heightens his echolocation to where the bottle then falls down the street and lands next to the bullet casing. And
it goes into a storm drain, which sure, maybe it was a little too perfect, but you also see the bottle, the little mini whiskey bottle thing, roll, and it's rolling downhill, and then magically just turns.
That's why
it's not even a slope. It's just a blink.
And then it just turns, and Matt's echolocation is like, "Oh, I heard it hit a bullet casing," and it's like, bro, no way. And sure enough, the bullet casing has a Punisher logo on it. Matt then goes to find Frank, and we get our first scene with Frank and Daredevil Born Again. We will talk about this scene in more depth and whether we liked it or not, what we thought of Frank coming back as the Punisher and what that means for the show. And then also the performances in this and what we think will potentially be next. So that was Matt trying to find Frank, because basically the whole reason why he went to go to Frank's like hideout is to show him the bullet casing and say, "Hey, what's going on, man? What is going on? Is this you, or is this some of your fanboys, or what?" Then Fisk and Vanessa have a talk. Matt and generic woman have talk. I'm going to save my thoughts for this nonsense. And then finally, we find out that Matt starts getting back into the swing of things. He picks up his batons. And while Matt is becoming Daredevil again, Fisk is becoming Kingpin again, which is something that, Josh, you kind of alluded to early on in this, is that throughout this series, we're going to see both of them starting from a point of where they're not that thing, and then they will be born again into the thing that they are supposed to be. And when we find out that Fisk is becoming Kingpin, we realize that Adam is actually locked up in this cage back here, and Fisk just eats in front of him as Adam just kind of gets tortured or just kind of neglected, or we don't know yet. So, oh God, that was a nightmare.
Yeah. That was.
So what do we want to talk about first, gentlemen?
I hate this scene.
The new white
Why didn't
tiger.
you like
a fan of the new white tiger?
Yeah, why didn't you like White Tiger Girl?
So there is a white tiger between Hector and this. What's her name? Angel. There's. I don't know if it's supposed to be his wife or her mom, but there's a different female that's White Tiger before she ever becomes White Tiger.
Yeah, during the Brubaker run. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully, like, if they're gonna do another one, they do that instead of jumping to her, because I can't handle this. But the writing in this episode is so stilted.
It's
like
bad.
She barges in, and then you've got the shoot, why can't I think of what they're called? The morgue guy, the
coroner.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. My brain's not braining tonight. You got the coroner, and he's like, How did she get back? You know, it's that kind of stuff that, like, 95% of this episode, if you just close your eyes and listen to the dialogue, you're like, no one fucking talks like this.
Well, no, Josh, I'll back you up on this, because watching this is the real first episode where I noticed that every character up until the Frank Castle portion is acting completely out of character. They're acting and talking completely out of character. There is no fucking way Matt would have done that to a police officer in the courthouse. You know, that would never have happened. And on top of everything else that happened,
Yeah. But yeah, I'm fine if you wanted to show a scene with his niece or show how the family's affected, or maybe show like I'm fine with the idea of someone needs to tell Matt, like someone needs to confront him, being like, "Hey, it's your fault. He's freaking dead right now." But
because that was my thought at first.
Yeah, and this is how they did it, and it just wasn't done well. Like I didn't feel for this little girl because I didn't believe her. You got the whole like F the cops line. And I'm not even saying she shouldn't be angry with cops. I think it's fine if she's angry with cops. I think it's fine that a character is like, these are dirty cops. You know that, right? I'm fine with that. It's just the way they did it was not executed well.
She
How
came
do they
in
know cops
real
killed
hot.
him? Sorry, how do they know cops killed him?
Yeah,
They don't know.
They don't.
They're just assuming. You're assuming bad cops killed him, and it would make more sense if he wasn't dressed up as White Tiger at the time he got shot and killed. If he was just walking around as Hector who gives a fuck and he got shot and killed, then it would be like, hey, okay, it's your fault, asshole. But it's like, no, he was vigilanteing out.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, anybody could have shot and killed him at that point. So
that's true.
I don't understand.
But maybe he had a target on his head.
Yeah, but I just don't. But he would have it anyway because he's a vigilante.
Right. But yeah, and that was one of my main concerns with like Matt outing him as that vigilante, because I was like, dude, Matt, you just marked him as dead. Like this man is good as dead, right? And that's why I had such a big problem with it in the last episode. But it was the only way that Matt could see out of that. With the writing that they're given, it's the only way that he can try and get out of that scenario.
But if you also have a competent writer or anyone competent working on the film, they recognize that. The last episode, you had Matt say, like, you realize you can't be White Tiger anymore. And good, you should acknowledge that, but it should have gone further of him being like, you got to get out of the city. You're not going to be able to live here. But guess what? You have a life. So, and yeah, is it a little like self-righteous of Matt to take that stance? Sure, but that would have actually been good character work compared to like what we actually got from Matt. And then if you had Hector then go, no man, this is my home, I'm not leaving, then you know what, it's kind of on you, bro. Like you chose not to leave, especially if Matt had tried to organize some safe house or something in another state. Like if they'd gone through those links of kind of having that built in, fine. But Kyle, I almost called you Kirk. Kyle's right. The fact that it's like, oh, I just got out of prison and I'm going back in my superhero costume and I hope something doesn't happen to me.
Yep.
You can only
your magic amulet can't save you, bucko, or maybe it can. I don't fucking know what you do.
Yeah.
But
that was another great, like, what doesn't, because we don't know what the magic amulet does. But I was like, maybe it would give him heightened senses, right? So, like, how did he not know that the guy with the gun is right there? I don't know.
I think it's supposed to give him heightened senses and like a little bit extra strength.
Sure. And so that's why I was like, he would maybe sense the guy. I don't know.
You would think.
But we have a blessing in the scene that we don't know is actually a blessing.
And that is
when they show the amulet in the bag. And then when she's coming up, they were originally cutting back to it to show it now glowing as if it recognized her presence.
No.
And they
so she was going to be White Kitten.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the bloodline. I don't know. But I thank God that's not in there.
That's really funny though.
The dumbass the dumbass that directed this episode. It's the same guy that I think directed The Tourist with Johnny Depp, that shitty ass movie.
Oh,
yeah. He thought it was the best thing ever, and then didn't realize it got cut.
Oh,
so he was like, because he was talking about it in an interview, and he's like, "Oh, it's not in there." Oh man, our props team worked really hard, and he's like, they did this great cool thing with LED batteries, and I'm like, bro, you said
wow, what year is this? Thanks, dude. LEDs, wow.
Yeah.
LEDs, you don't say. Gosh dang it. I'm surprised they didn't CGI it like they CGI'd the pigeons in one scene of I think it was the first episode.
That was in the BB report as well.
Yeah, it's like, bro, go out with an iPhone and film something. Don't CGI pigeons. Like what are we doing? Salty Traveling Sea for $5. My man, dude, thank you so Says, have money, F this platform, respect. Cheers. And hail to you, my good friend. And thanks for the support. Appreciate it. And I know this platform sucks, but hey, you know what? It's the best we got right now, and hopefully we bring you guys entertainment as much as we can. So this is for you. All right, now back to the real Daredevil.
Yeah, this is the real Daredevil. Thank God.
Real dirt devil. Yeah,
Dirt Devil. So yeah, she comes in hot. I think it's just her dialogue that really makes you not like her, because what we're supposed to feel is like sympathetic, empathetic, and go, man, she really is having a hard time with the loss of her uncle, right? But she just comes across as like malicious and just like, you know, bratty, entitled, and you don't really get the
character in Madam Web. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just be like, all right, pump the brakes. First off, we don't know what's the cops, so how about you not say all cops are bad and trying to kill brown people, you fucking psycho. Get off the fucking internet. Take it easy.
He's just Hector from the Heights.
Yeah, it's like, what? Okay.
Yeah.
Where are your parents? How the fuck did you get back here anyway? Like,
who are you?
Yeah.
I want to see if they have the shot where they actually like show her and Matt like in the same scene. Oh, there's the triggered. Oh my God, so dumb. But like the cameraman is really working his butt off. Yeah, like right here. Like, you know that she's only 4'11" or 4'9", and Matt's probably my height. So they're probably like, they're trying to really like angle it. So it's like, okay, we've got to get both of them in the shot, but maybe what they have to do for Tom Cruise too. But oh well.
Apple crates. Yep.
Apple crates.
Charlie's 5'10".
He's
only that tall.
Interesting.
Yeah, Charlie Cox is only 5'10". So, and he looked like he was 7 feet tall in that shot.
He was towering over her.
That's very, very true. So give me 1 sec. I'm going to feed Mr. Gideon here because he is being ravenous. So, but while I do that, I'll put.
Just keep playing this whole episode. Just don't worry about.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I can necessarily do that. I'll leave it here with the counseling for a second.
Oh God.
Okay, I think we all think this is just complete bullshit. We hate in my opinion, the worst thing about the show are the counseling things. And I'm gonna shout out my friend BD because he's been doing interviews with the directors after each episode drops. Right. Wow. And kudos to him because look, Brandon has worked for major publications, and he, when you do that, you kind of have to toe a certain line, and especially if you're gonna get buy-in from the studios letting you do these things, you still have to kind of toe a certain line. And if he were to go in an interview and just ask, so what changed? What was different? They're not going to tell you. So what is he doing? He's just being like, hey, I'd love to have a little 20-minute discussion with you. You talk about how you filmed this episode, and we'll post it kind of as promotion. So he's already pre-filmed interviews with these directors for every episode, and he's dropping them after each episode drops. But I found out that the director and the writer of this episode wrote every single therapy scene.
Jesus.
And filmed every single therapy scene.
Oh boy.
So just get ready, because if there's more of this, it's never going to get better.
I'd rather watch the therapy scenes in Mr. and Mrs. Smith than this. Jesus.
Yeah, it's just bad.
I mean, she's clearly dominant male. Look at, she's always sitting like this and like a fucking dude, and he's just always slumped over like a little fucking cuck, and like, Vanessa, I love you more than anything, and please go on and tell me about how you were fucking this guy.
Oh my God.
Talk about his hands all over you. Oh yeah. Like,
Say
what?
Say he's a great artist again.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I'm
Sorry,
surprised that she's not spread-legged and he's not cross-legged like she is. Jeez.
Man spreading.
Yeah.
There is so much soy in this episode, like lots of soy. Like whoever was writing and directing this was just the most soy boy cuck imaginable. It's really evident in this episode, but it's kind of I don't know, it's not the whole show, but it's a big portion of Fisk's entire character, unfortunately.
Right now, yeah. There's one little inkling of thing that I liked here, but it's such a blink and you miss it type of thing that I'm like, and I hate the context of how we're learning about it. But I will be honest. I liked that Vanessa has abandonment issues because of her father leaving them. Because so much of her is now defined by her father, as is Fisk. I think that's a nice parallel to have. I hate that we're finding this out or even approaching this through freaking marriage counseling. Like, if we're going to be honest with Fisk and Vanessa, even if you keep the stupid storyline that he was gone doing like whatever the shit happened in Echo, had he come back and she just been like, I'm mad at you because you left, and he just said things need to be taken care of, and then she was like, never again, and he was like, I won't leave you again, and then they just kept running their empire quietly. I wish he would have been like, I can't be the face of our business, I can't run our business if I'm trying to do this, run it, and then just let her do the criminal underworld, let him try to come up to the top to be like mayor or whatever, but they're both working just from two different angles. Way more interesting, way more believable, and I wouldn't hate everything that Fisk's doing in this show.
100%. I've got the transcript for the episode, and one of the things that I remember is how many times she insists on saying, "You left, you weren't there for me, you left." So and it's like, dude, we get it. This one thing that like Fisk left, yes, we understand.
Well, it is a woman. I mean,
you don't forget that.
Vaginas.
Yeah. She goes, you were gone. I didn't know when or if you were ever coming back. You knew, you know me. You knew I wouldn't stay that away. You left. That was betrayal. You know why. Let's let Vanessa speak for a moment, says the
the wet blanket. Yeah.
Yes. God, she's the worst too. Tell me about Adam. You're asking for details? Heather says no. I'm curious about you. So she like specifically reaches out to Vanessa and is like, what were you feeling? Why him? And Vanessa sighs and says, it was his hands. His hands drew
it's the gayest
beautiful
response
sketches
ever.
I mean, and then Fisk goes, can we not? Yeah, no. Can we not do any of these scenes? Ugh.
Yeah. No, keep going.
No therapist would ever have you talk about your fleeing.
That's like
in
rule
front of
number
both.
one, right?
No,
yeah.
it's one-on-one. Yes.
Yeah. The thing that might get asked in front of both is, why did you feel the need to step out of your marriage?
Right.
That might get asked. But this,
Sure.
and this is again where I go back to the writing is so stilted in this episode. And it goes back to what we're seeing in comics. You've got these people that have no clue of what the real world is like, trying to write real world things. But it's like, yeah, no, you're too stupid to understand this. Like,
are these people, are they married in real life? The people that wrote this and directed this? Are they gone to counseling?
I doubt it. I need to look up and see who the writer is again.
Completely inaccurate.
Well,
T. Franklin.
Oh, interesting. Weird. Well, you also know that most counselors now and like therapy in general now can be done in like an online course, and you just like look at like BetterHelp. BetterHelp has been sued multiple times because their therapists aren't licensed, or they're licensed but they only have like a weekend degree under their belt or something. And these are people who are like affirming, gender surgeries. These are people who are affirming affairs. Like therapy has gotten wild, man. So maybe this is accurate. I don't know, but
And honestly, this is comedy, and like honestly, what this I compare this to is the scene in Old School with Will Ferrell and his wife, and he's talking about the waitress and think about the underwear she's wearing in front of her, and he's like, I'm just freaked out by the possibility that I'm going to have sex with only one person for the rest of my life, and it's like, what this shit is that same level of comedy.
it just goes on forever. There's like no end in sight. Takes up a pretty large chunk of the episode.
Just look at her body posture the whole time, hand over the like. Oh, yeah, let me tell you about.
She's so
the guy
smug.
that ate his dick, and I just loved his hand. Yeah, sure you did. It's like, and he's just sitting there with his hands in his lap, like I love you though. You're everything to me. Remember when I said I loved you? I remember. I still say it all the time, and you're still great.
And actually, Kyle, this is what we need in this show. We need the juxtaposition because we need Fisk to act like a young man around Vanessa, but only juxtaposed to him slamming someone's head in the car door, right? Because then you see like his what's the word I'm looking for? His real like care and like genuine love for Vanessa, but how he's capable of violence and how like just crazy this guy is and villainous he is. But we don't get that. We only get the cuckening of him.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, this should just all be a ruse. Both of them just conning this psychiatrist into this bullshit. Like them just playing along, saying, "Oh yeah, oh I felt so bad," etc. Blah blah blah. But then when she brings up this Adam guy, like then Fisk like corners like, "I want to talk to you. Like if you ever say his name again, I will fucking kill you. Like I will like end your life if you ever mention his fucking name again."
But then again,
a little bit.
I don't know. He wouldn't ever hurt her. But he would definitely. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
The psychiatrist, not Vanessa. If he says it to the psychiatrist on the way out, like I'm gonna have a chat with her real quick.
So there are technically 3 writers credited for this episode. One doesn't really have much of a resume. One is just a lawyer that's literally brought in to add lawyer words to the. And then the other is the writer for a TV show called Rainbow High.
What?
Yeah. 7 girls at Rainbow High must face challenges and learn to flaunt their true colors.
Oh my God.
And that writer is a dude.
For Daredevil. Arguably the most masculine thing Marvel has produced.
Yeah.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Interesting.
Oh my.
So the therapist says, has infidelity been part of your marriage before this? Absolutely not. Never. And Vanessa scoffs and she goes, you left. Again, it's like, we get it. We get it. You left. We know.
Yep.
Which felt like taking half of me away. The therapist goes, did that trigger something for you, Vanessa? My father, he was in textiles. He would leave for weeks at a time. He drank, gambled. His behavior ate at my mother, crushed her. I never respected her for that. I needed to feel alive. So I went and fucked some other dude.
I hate that shit.
And she goes, when you left, you hurt me. It's like, if I'm Fisk, I'm like, I swear, if you mention that I got shot in the head and left you one more time.
Yeah. Also, they were separated from each other for a good chunk of time already.
A while. Yeah.
Like, they're not this petty. They're psychotic in their own ways, but like this is so untrue to these 2 characters. They don't operate like this. This is those like freaking people that all they watch is Real Housewives of name whatever stupid city you want to name. That think that stupid petty crap is real life and how normal couples act when it's not. And then they try to like, well, we're going to write it serious for this because this is a serious show.
These are people who did not watch Daredevil seasons 1, 2, maybe season 3, but did not watch the first 2 seasons.
Yeah, no.
They maybe watched them, but they didn't understand them or want to replicate them or continue on the legacy. They just said, oh, I see what it is, but like I want to do my own thing. So What did y'all think about the line? And maybe Kyle, you can sit in on this because I think you had said that you have seen marriage counseling before or gone through it. There was a line where she says, "Are we here to dissolve a marriage or preserve one?"
Oh, deep
line, deep dialogue.
Yeah, that's deep.
I mean, it's a good question, but I feel like that's something that you ask at the very beginning of the.
Yeah, it should be the kind of the first. Like, what's the goal of the counseling? Like, what do you want to get out of it?
Oh, never mind. Okay, she goes, okay, I want to go back to the first question I asked you during our intake. So
yeah, I was going to say she does say that. No, that is so. It's interesting because Max, we did a stream with my friend Sarah, who's a counselor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
And she's blatantly talked about how when she first started counseling, people would ask, "What is your political stance?" And she used to not go into it because she's like, it shouldn't matter. And she's gotten to the point where she will answer it now because you've got such a divide in counselors or therapists and how they view things. But she's talked about this very specific type of question before, that there's a lot of Christian-based counselors and they're not going to ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whereas that's a really good point.
He feels it is a type of question because she's like, I don't know what their intentions are coming in when they're sitting down with me. I don't know if they're like, we're trying to find the best way to separate without this getting too messy, and we kind of need help with that, or help, we really want to try to figure out how we can make this work. So she will ask, but she said blatantly, like, a lot of people will kind of recommend Christian counseling, and she's like, and if I know the situation, I'm like, that's not at all going to do. That's not what you want. I know that's not what you want because you're trying to find pretty much a way to dissolve this peacefully as opposed to make it work. So
totally
only good line in this entire exchange was that question.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I agree. But you're right though, Josh. I've found this a lot, even with the church that I go to. There was a sermon that they talked about therapy, and is it something that is healthy? Is it something that's rooted in scripture? And they talked about, if you are going to go to therapy, that you have to kind of discern whether the person that you're with is going to align with your values, and that they're going to, because if I'm a Christian and they're saying, well, you need to do, the Hare Krishna chakra thing, and you're going to go, no, that's not for me. Right. So you kind of want a therapist who now, I think, like you said, is much more aligned with your values and how you want to kind of pursue life. So those questions are extremely important, not just to ask from the therapist, but even for the, because if you're paying $200 an hour for a session, you better be asking questions like, hey, what do you believe? What's your, do you have, are you rooted in like a sort of faith, or what's your stance on abortion? These are important questions. So
yes, they are.
All right. Well, we've now come to my favorite part of the episode.
My man. All right.
Jenkins. Shit, I didn't do nothing. All right.
How many times I heard that a day, you motherfucker?
I know.
God.
Ah, damn.
Hey, man, I didn't do nothing.
Bro, I'm not even in law enforcement, and I hear that daily. Like, come on.
So this was an embarrassing stereotype.
But accurate, unfortunately.
Yes.
From the get-go.
But this is not presented as farce. This is presented as truth and honesty, and like, this is a real victim.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they want us to sympathize with Leroy here. Like, they want us to believe that he truly is the victim in this scenario.
What do you mean want? Like, I had to call Kyle after he watched this episode to console him because he was so emotionally distraught.
I could tell.
I had to give him
the feels, man.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle was like, I've dealt with this before, and I want to help. I don't know how
injustices.
Kyle called. He's like, I fed the system, man. I made some
Every day.
SSI.
Every freaking day. Yep.
Oh man.
I
Well-
kept the guy from getting a free dessert because he stole it.
He just wanted some fiddle faddle,
Just wanted
man.
some
Is
fiddle
that too
faddle.
much to ask?
Man, it
20,
tastes
like
good.
20 boxes? You want like what?
You
20
had
boxes?
6 boxes, mother.
Yeah, 5 boxes of fiddle faddle.
No, I paid for it last week and I picked it up today.
Yeah.
And then Matt goes, "Yeah, that's not how this works."
I don't know
So-
where you were from, but no.
Yeah.
What, layaway? What the hell?
Mhm.
Matt comes into the prison cell and goes, "Leroy Bradford? Is there a Leroy Bradford?" And automatically we're
Ooh.
met with Leroy going, "Man, look at this. I get the freaking blind dude." And everyone in the prison cell laughs.
You got
And
a
Matt just
blind
goes,
honky,
"Let's go."
man.
And he goes, "Bring
Blind
on the
justice."
blind justice." Like, okay, here we go. But Leroy is like visibly not happy that Matt is there, not happy that he's already, kind of been detained here. And he just comes off as a privileged, like just, been feeding off of the system. I and multiple other people do not find any sort of sympathy or empathy with him here because of his demeanor, because of his personality towards Matt. But yeah, we'll go through kind of the line by line and talk about it. Matt says, "As I understand it, you've been charged with petty larceny, a Class A misdemeanor." Kyle, is that something that's pretty common? I mean, that's just like that's
Yeah.
theft, right?
Theft, yeah.
The complaint against you alleges you stole approximately 5 boxes of fiddle faddle from a bodega. And he goes, "Well, I didn't do it." So Matt says,
Of course not.
okay. And Leroy insists, "I said I didn't do that shit." Matt says, "I understand. The thing is, the bodega where this allegedly occurred has a surveillance system involving many cameras. They've already turned over the prosecution footage, which they claim shows you stealing the items." So it's like, okay, that's number one. In addition, the cashier is willing to testify. She has an eyewitness to the whole thing, and the store security guard will testify that when he detained you, you were in possession of multiple boxes of fiddle faddle. And then finally, the police will corroborate that several boxes of the caramel corn were recovered outside of the store. That's 4 different things because of the security guard as well. That say, "Listen, man, you done fucked up."
Yeah.
So Leroy says, "Look, I paid for that shit last week." And Matt says, "Unfortunately, it doesn't really work like that. Generally, you pay for what you buy that day."
Hmm.
I got to ask you guys this, though. Leroy responds with, "Then they all lying on me then."
Well, Eric July, they're not
I was
lying on
just
you.
about to say-
Yeah.
What it is
What it is
they all lying on me then.
what?
So what does that mean? Like his friends, like the government?
Yeah.
Like-
who? What?
No,
Who
he's saying
is-
everyone
cops?
that said he stole it is lying,
Got it. All
including
everyone.
the cameras.
Yep. They're all just lying on me.
Mhm.
Got it, man.
Wait, Josh, how do you speak that language? Because when he said, "Then they all lying on me," then I was like, what?
I deal with this daily, and I'm not even in law enforcement.
You also did live in Los Angeles for like 20 years. So.
I mean, I live in a town that's got some ghetto-ness to it as well. Yeah.
Then they all lying on me then.
Like the levels of deny until I die that I see, except the denying is so ridiculous that I'm like, if you were even a remotely halfway, like fractionally intelligent person, you would realize how stupid your argument is. But carry on.
Yep.
So, and that's Leroy right here.
Correct.
That's
Look,
right. Now, Josh, you had sent us a text in the group thread, and you were like, "Man, this Leroy guy, can't stand him." Right? Like the night that I think this aired. What was it? Have we gotten to the point to where you were like, "I'm about to toss my TV out the window"?
Not yet.
Okay, because there's plenty more.
Yeah.
Now he alleges, he's like, "Well, the cops were eating that shit too. Why didn't they arrest themselves?" And Matt's like, Yeah, sure, man. Like, okay.
I'll get on that. Yeah, right after I deal with you, I'll go talk to those cops and see if I can put charges on them. Good call.
It's so stupid. Like,
got you.
it's so dumb.
Meanwhile, the gas station owner or bodega owner is probably like, "Yo, thanks. Like, gosh, this guy constantly stealing our shit. Hey, go ahead and have a box each. Appreciate it."
Yeah, here's a box on me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or I think the cop in one of the things actually says, "I paid for mine." Like, I think that was the line that he's.
I paid for this.
Yeah, I paid for
Yeah,
this.
I paid for this. So he was either saying that he paid for like the EBT tax thing that Leroy was using, or he was saying I physically actually paid for this box. So
Yep.
I don't know which one it was. Then we get, I don't know if this is a brilliant line or the dumbest line I've ever heard, but Leroy goes, could have been a scroll? Could it have been a scroll? And Matt just looks at him and goes, nope. Nope.
For context, this scene was filmed
During Secret.
Before Secret Invasion actually aired.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Damn.
wow. So they
Yeah.
really,
Holy shit.
So Secret Invasion came out June 2023, and they filmed these first 6 episodes early 2023, leading up to summer 2023, and then the writer strike happened.
Damn.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they've had this in the can for a hot minute.
Shit.
Then we get the rap sheet. Matt says, and the bigger problem we have is your rap sheet.
Man, why y'all gonna keep bringing that shit up like I've done shit in the past that affects how I'm doing it right now? What the fuck,
Maybe
man?
it's called a pattern of behavior.
Man, fuck that shit, man. That it doesn't even fucking matter, man.
He says, what I did back then ain't got nothing to do with this. And I'm reading that verbatim, okay? So I'm not putting on the accent. I'm reading it from the transcript here.
Leroy,
and I'm like,
that was Tuesday.
Yeah, that was literally
it's like,
yesterday.
what I did back then, it got nothing to do with this. I'm like, bro, pattern of behavior.
Yeah.
Larceny, breaking and entering, or trespassing.
Yeah,
like-
so it was okay. So I actually wrote these down because it was fucking hysterical.
Very
The fact that it is a black man, how hysterically he says. So the committed crimes are he just says drugs, just says drugs,
Just
doesn't go into that, which we could talk about that. It's like, oh boy, there's a lot of felonies that could be taking place with drugs, trespassing, Class A, panhandling, Class C, petty larceny, Class A, which he also just committed again. So yes, it does fucking matter, you dumbass. 4 cases of failure to appear in court, in which case a bench warrant was issued, which I was dealing with bench warrants all the motherfucking time. So yes, these dipshits are like, man, does the judge want to see me? I'm like, it's a bench warrant, dipshit. Yes, the judge wants to see you because you're not going to court, you fucking moron. Yes.
So what's the difference between making your court date and a bench warrant? Is there...
So it's failure to appear. So you have a court date set, you go out, let's say on probation or anything else, and you have to appear in court on a certain date for whatever reason. You're going to court for panhandling or something. Hey, the judge wants to see you on this date. You don't show up. Failure to appear. He did that 4 fucking times. So the judge is being very lenient for him not showing up 4 times.
In jail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they finally are like issuing a bench warrant. Get this fucking asshole into jail. So I want to see them. So I have to arrest you in order for the judge to see you.
God.
Guy's an asshole.
But he wants to go home, Kyle. He wants to go home.
Like, do you even have a home, you piece of shit?
I gotta go home.
You can't afford a box of cereal, you fucking piece of shit. What home do you have? And another thing, this piece of shit would want to get locked up. You know how many of these fucking cocksuckers I would arrest because they want to be locked up because they have 3 hots in a cot every fucking day? They would commit petty larceny to get arrested.
Yep.
That shit
because they've got a roof over their head, they got food.
Yes.
They
know where they're at every day. They don't, it's like I don't have to worry about anything. No one's stealing my shit. None of that stuff. It's all in here with me.
He even says, he's like, y'all are willing to pay 10 times the amount of money to put me in jail. And it's like, yeah,
that's right.
So you're getting close to the line that made me go, this shit.
Ooh, okay. To me, it was the line where that we just went over, where he says, "How come you guys always bring up that shit? What I did back then ain't got nothing to do with this." And I'm like, bro, the audacity that you have to say that you would say something like that.
Yep.
Like unreal, or that someone would write this type of dialogue.
The
So,
fact that Matt has been hearing this every day
well,
for how long?
yeah.
Hold on. The fact that someone wrote the dialogue, I believe. The fact that you have someone, we'll just say like this, saying this, I believe. The fact that they tried to make it sympathetic towards him, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
That's the point that,
Yeah, and then Matt trying to do a good thing. He'd be like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll go talk to him for you. Hey, can you fuck this guy over? Like, really? Like, what's the maximum?
Yeah.
Like, can we add on something else? You want to do 35? Like, can we do like a year? Let's just do a fucking year. How about that? Can we do that?
So
I tried to fight for you, man. I really tried it.
Oh,
really wanted...
dang it. Shoot. And then he just goes to confession. It's all good.
Yeah.
But they don't have any of his Catholicism in here, so
This is one of the most ungrateful pieces of shit on the planet. How Matt more than willingly bends over backwards.
Yeah, for no reason. This guy talks shit about him. And then,
he's guilty. It's not even he's innocent.
Oh yeah, like multiple times. Matt says he has 20 to 25 pages of offenses. He's a piece of shit.
Yep.
Like,
and yet these writers want us to think he is really a victim.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
I don't fucking get it.
Yeah.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
I was just gonna say the line that pissed me off was part 2. Like after Matt goes and does his stuff and comes back.
Yeah.
He has the monologue. Yeah.
Yeah.
The sob story where you're not listening, but you're just like, sure. What else happened? Oh, sure. Yeah.
So he goes, I got to get home, man. Like I said, I ain't going to jail. Matt says, if you decide to fight the case with the video evidence, your rap sheet, history of bench warrants, the judge will almost certainly set bail, which means unless you can pay the bill, and he says, I look like I got money to you. He's just always on the offensive, and it's like, dude, this guy is trying to help you.
Yeah.
Ungrateful.
Yep.
You're going to sit in jail until this whole thing is over. So what are you trying to tell me to do? Cop out? You a cop-out lawyer? And then Matt just kind of calmly says, if you take a plea, and he goes, no, look, man, you ain't even think about telling me to cop out. You better go out there and get me my probation. Like, that's how this works.
Get a new lawyer. See you, buddy. Adios.
So that's how this, so you tell him how, okay, all right, got it. Yep.
Got you.
And so Matt, with his loving and caring heart, says, I'm going to really try here, Leroy. Let me be clear. Probation is not going to be on the table. Leroy says, then I ain't taking it. Last time you got arrested for stealing, you got a 30-day sentence, which means the DA's office is almost certainly going to offer something in excess of 30 days. They just go back and forth about 30 days and blah, blah. And he says, Leroy says, this is my case and I'm going home on it. You hear me, blind man? And Matt just kind of sits there and he goes, loud and clear.
Hello, you hear me, blind man?
You hear me, blind man?
And he's waving his hand. Yeah.
He goes, then go out there.
How'd you know I was black?
It's like, yeah, you really
trust me, I knew.
Tell you how.
Josh, are we going to see this character again in the upcoming episodes?
I don't know. I hope not. I swear to God, if we see him again, I'm going to lose my shit.
See the new White Tiger?
Knowing this show, knowing this show, I would not be surprised if he's like innocent in all charges. He's free to go.
Yeah, he's like, I'm the White Tiger, bitch. And then someone's going to yell from the window, just because you did cocaine doesn't mean you're the White Tiger, Leroy.
Man, shut the fuck up, you're my fiddle faddle, bitch.
I can have all the fiddle fat I want now with this magical amulet.
He only hangs out in front of bodegas that sell fiddle faddle.
Oh, God.
Give me that shit.
We're noticing a pattern of White Tiger. He only hangs out at
Yeah.
Vegas with Fiddlefowl.
Yeah, the moment he would, if I were Matt, and maybe I'm just not as nice a guy as Matt, but really I think Matt's just not written well here. The moment he's like, "Go get me my parole," I would have been like, either A, all right, cool, let the judge handle it, set bail, have fun, or when Matt goes and talks to Home Chick and she's like 30 days, I would have been like, 30 days? Are you looking at his rap sheet? Do you really think he's learned anything? 30 days? 60 days? Yeah.
Bump those numbers up.
Bump it up. It's a rookie
It's
number.
rookie numbers. Come on.
Yeah.
Rookie numbers.
And here, I will say, this is part of the problem here, is are there people that get unjust circumstances within the law? Of course.
Sure.
And if that's what you wanted to convey, then do that. Like, if that could have been the story, if that's really what you wanted to convey, if that's your conviction and you wanted to show that, let this guy be that. Let it be, he walked into there, he did buy something, he left, someone else that looked like him, maybe had a black hoodie or whatever, looked similar, stole something, and he is the one that got busted and just happened to have fiddle faddle that he actually bought. But like, what, dude, whatever.
It's a corrupt judge who wants to make an example out of someone. He just trying to be that one guy, and it's all wrong. It's like, there's a way to do this, not this way.
But no, you've got a guy that is a legit criminal that continues to like make offenses.
Yeah,
and then it's like, we should feel sorry. No, I shouldn't, because I pay for the shit that I get. I don't go steal it all the time. And guess what? My job drives me crazy sometimes, but I gotta pay for the shit that I'm getting.
Yeah. Now, the only thing I could maybe think of them trying to do is like Matt's big thing is redemption, right? Everyone is able to be redeemed, and it's that kind of Catholic belief that he holds, which is why he doesn't kill, because he thinks that everyone can be redeemed. Maybe they were trying to do something with Leroy here, but he, like, his actions are completely irredeemable. His behavior is completely irredeemable. And you know, I don't know. It's tough to say, but the writers did a poor job if that was the case. If we were to try and see a true turn or redemption arc for Leroy, which
we don't.
You know,
they literally show us the opposite. When Matt goes and talks to the chick, he blatantly acknowledges that Leroy is learning nothing from his previous sentences, nothing from his previous jail time, and that he just keeps doing it. And then you even have her finish that encounter with, I hope he respects you or appreciates what you did for him. And then you get him lecturing Matt in the very next time they're together. So no, they literally did the opposite of that.
It doesn't matter, Josh. He wants to go home.
Yeah, they still want us to sympathize.
Yep.
The last line he says is, then go out there and do your job and get me some probation. And Matt says, well, let me see what I can do. And so Leroy goes, see, that's funny, because you ain't seen shit, as Matt is walking out, and just continues to harass the man who is trying to get him a lesser sentence. It's like, man, if you wanted me to hate this guy anymore, I don't know if they could have done it. So.
But that just, I would really, really, really love to see the audience, the people who really sympathize with this guy and really truly think that he is a victim, and it's all wrong. The whole system is wrong.
And here's the thing: the character himself doesn't make me mad. Like I've said, I've met countless people like this, with this same type of mentality, with this same type of, like, arguments. What pissed me off, and this is when I started like losing my mind cussing in the group chat, is, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead to the second time they're together, is when he gives his fucking like woe is me spiel about how he can't get his SSI because he was in jail. And it's like, okay, well, if that's your complaint, then don't do crime, don't commit crimes. But then when he's doing it and he's like, is that right? And Matt goes, no.
Yeah.
Like, are you... you are a lawyer, right? Like,
Matt would never say that.
You would not say...
Never say that.
Never. So when Matt was like, oh, yeah, you're right, that's when I was like, fuck this. fuck this show, fuck these writers, this is bullshit. And then like I think not even 5 minutes later, we get the Frank stuff, and I was like, okay, I take it back a little bit. But those
no. You can't take this
those
back.
writers. Well,
But,
I take back the F this show.
I'm still there.
I say F the original creative team that did the first 6 episodes that we're stuck with because Disney's stupid.
Yeah. Well, before we move on, I got to shout out Flaccid Phoenix, the man himself, the Don member for 30 months. Dude, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And he says, welcome back to the money-making part of YouTube. It feels good, man. Feels good to be back and making money again. So I probably won't see it for like another month, and it'll be like $1. But hey, it's better than nothing.
There.
So thank you, Flaccid. Great seeing you, brother, and I hope you're doing well, Don. All right. So then, yeah, we get to the second, discussion with Leroy. Do you want me to, well, because when Matt comes back, he actually says, hey, I got great news. I got you 10 days. You do 7 minus today. You got the weekend, you bounce back, you come back out, bada bing, bada boom, you're out, right? And he's like, how is that great news? And Matt just goes, come on, Leroy, the least you've gotten in your last 10 cases is 20 days. Anything below 30 is a gift. 10 is a miracle. And
yes, it is. It's dare I say impossible because these writers are retarded. But yes.
I mean, Matt should have been like, when he was like, how is this a good thing? Matt should have been like, listen here, you little insert racial slur.
I would have said it a long time ago.
I didn't say the slur had to be the N-word. It could be
no, it is the N-word. He's acting like one. And I would legitimately say that to him because he is acting like one. He's acting like one. And that's what you said.
PM.
He's acting like one.
That's fine.
You're acting like it.
What was the
PM? You sit on A and you go to the zoo to see A.
Oh yeah. Gotcha. Cool. I actually said that one time on accident and I felt so terrible.
Listen, that was my name for AJ whenever we did not circular jerks, but funny. Premature ejection. Like I was constantly calling him that. So
I was trying to say, and I don't know why you guys are going to be like, Max, you really are racist, but I was trying to say spider monkey.
And you came up with,
and it came out the other one.
Really?
So
that's a big faux pas. That's not even close.
So they're not even the same thing.
Who are you saying this to? That's what I want to know.
Because we were joking, like it was a bunch of Marines. And we were joking because I'm pretty sure one of the guys was black, but one of the guys was talking about how he's like, yeah, my pack is like all the way on my back. It kind of looks like one of those things. And I was like, you mean a spider monkey? But I said something else.
Oh man.
And they were like, they didn't say anything at first. And I was like, oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't realize.
I'm taking it back.
Yeah, I also want to clarify because I know I said I called AJ this all the time. The whole point of that show was that we were completely berating each other.
Yes, yeah.
We are good friends. We get along, and he called me a number of slurs as well.
It wasn't malicious. Yeah, he was calling you homophobic slurs the whole time too. So, so where's the diatribe? Oh, I do like when Matt just kind of puts his hand down and says, "You took the stuff, Leroy." Like that's how Matt should have been this whole time. Yeah.
Then walk out.
Yeah.
Walk the out.
Yeah.
Be a boss. You be like, you know what? He should have been. You took the stuff. I cut this down to a third of the sentence. Be grateful, you little bitch, and then then just walk out. He's not worth your time. Walk out.
Barry Yeh be like, you know what you deserve? Jennifer Walters. I'll let her take care of you. I'm out of here.
Oh, yeah. Get She-Hulk.
I may just walk back in there and may say, you know what? I really, he really wants to be in there longer. So you know what? Let's not do the 10 days. Let's do 60.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. Sounds good. or do 10 days for each box that he stole.
There you go.
There you go.
Yep.
Matt says there's no probation to be had here. This is the best deal you're going to get. So you tell me, how is this not a good job, counselor situation? And Leroy responds, so you just want to shove my ass into jail and I'm supposed to thank you? You just don't get it, do you? This shit never ends. So already
you breaking
we're
the law
starting to
never
like,
ends? Is that I would agree with that.
Yeah, because I'm like,
keep breaking the law.
It's the system's fault. It's not his fault. It's the system's fault.
Oh, it's the system. Oh, so it's not his actions that are continually
Correct.
perpetuating
the system. The system is making him make those decisions.
Right. You just need Jim Carrey from Liar Liar. Stop breaking the law, asshole.
This pen is.
I was going to say, let's also acknowledge he's getting SSI. He mentions that, so Social Security insurance.
Yep.
He's getting EBT.
Yep.
And he's stealing stuff.
Correct.
You are literally getting everything for free. And if you're getting everything for free, you're living in that government housing where you pay like $50 a month.
Yep. Yeah. And you look perfectly capable of getting a job.
Yeah. And you want me to feel bad because you couldn't go like sign or whatever you need to do to continue your Social Security insurance, like to go prove that you weren't working or whatever the hell you got to do these days, depending on what state you're in. When you could literally just go get a job waiting tables, and at the end of the day, you're probably going to have enough cash tips that you would pay for whatever you're missing. Like, I don't feel sorry for you.
Never.
One bit. You're not a victim. I mean, maybe you're a victim of your own mentality, but you're not a victim. You're just a freeloader, and you're what's wrong with America. And part of the problem here is that this show and the way they approach this, like, glorifies acting like this.
Yeah.
Correct.
Maybe there could have been something that Matt struggles with as a Catholic to say, you know, and I don't know how they'd write this or anything, but even I struggle with this when you see someone like this who is leeching, who's a parasite, right? Who's leeching and being a parasite off of this country and what they're giving them and still act entitled, and their behavior is unacceptable, and they just continue to take, and they never give back to society, never give back to their community, never give back to their families. And you go, man, as a Christian, I'm torn, right? Because I want to help those in need. I want to feel empathy and compassion for those who need it. But for the people who feel that they're in the wrong or that they're in the right and they're the victim and that, you know, you're just the oppressor, right? How do you get to those people? And as a Christian, how do you help that person, right? And still not be like just angry about their behavior. So maybe there's something there that Matt could have dealt with, but there's just none of that. And Matt just goes, "You're right. You're so right. I'm the worst. You're the best."
Yep.
No. He goes, "I've been jerked around by the system my whole life." And it's like,
sure,
okay,
you did.
The system, man, come on.
11 cases ago, he got probation, and the PO violated him after 2 months for failure to report.
Yeah.
You're right. That's not your fault for failing to report to your PO when you're on probation already, you fucking dipshit. You're right.
Oh my God.
Somebody else.
Kyle, that's such a good point. Because failing to appear, that's fully on him.
Yes. And reporting to your parole officer when you're on probation. All you have to do is check in and say, "Hey, I'm here. I'm trying." It's like, that's all you fucking do. He can't even do that.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really good point.
I will say they could have angled this so many different ways that would have made sense to actually feel bad for this guy. Like if they would have and look, this is just me coming writer standpoint. If you had done something where he did something when he was 16 years old and got caught up with a group of friends, and then that got turned into a felony, and he got tried as an adult just to prove a point or make a point out of it. And then now he's like, man, I can't even get a good job for something that I did 25 years ago as a stupid kid, and I didn't even do anything. I was just with a bad group of people, and it kept me from getting anywhere in life since. Is that fair to you? I would have, potentially, and it was just that one thing. That's the one thing he ever did wrong. I would have been like, you know what? I'll get behind this. I will, because I know people that were caught up in stupid things as teenagers, and it ruined their life. And they're not bad people, but they didn't. They went out of their way to tell you how terrible this guy is, and how consistently terrible, and how he has no accountability. And not only that, he thinks he's so entitled. He thinks he should be able to do these things and not get in trouble. And that's what really pissed me off. Not only the Matt saying like, yeah, you're right, but this idea that they don't understand. It's not the fact that it's one person doing this and that them trying to do whatever they need to do costing 5 times as much. It's the fact that if you didn't do this, you're going to have everyone and their dog doing this. And then then it is more expensive than the whatever 5 times it costs. Like, people are just they no one understands how the world works. No one understands laws. No one understands, like, it doesn't. No one understands business. Drew just died. So,
he's had enough.
He did.
No, those are all really good points. And I mean, when you look at the writers and like you almost want to see where the writers are coming from, or like ask them like, what was your thought process here? Like, have you ever dealt with something like this before, or did you even like research this? Because you know that the answer is going to be no.
Yeah. You know what should have done, because you were asking about his Christian stance. What would a Christian do? Matt should have been like, hey, you know what? The church does a soup kitchen every Saturday or whatever. You know, we have the church has Project Angel food, and you might actually be able to make some money on the side if you help with it as a volunteer.
That'd be cool.
There you go.
Yeah, break this kind of chain of the system.
Well, yeah, and there's your Christian angle. And hey, maybe because there's Matt's redemption thing. Maybe if he helps people, he might try to do better.
Yeah,
maybe, because if this guy knew there are actually consequences for his actions, he just assumes he'll get probation. How about you assume you're going to be locked the fuck up for a year, you piece of shit? I don't care if it's for fiddle faddle. I don't give a fuck if it's for a fucking Snickers. It doesn't matter, you dumbass. Like, when he brings it up later, again, we're jumping ahead. When he talks to his girlfriend about, he's going to Rikers because he stole a box of fucking cereal. It's like, that's not what it was, you fucking asshole. And you know that as a lawyer. That's not the point.
Yeah.
Again, you're justifying his actions by saying that, well, he stole a box of cereal. That's not right. That seems a bit unjust. It's like, no, you failed to mention him being a piece of shit for years. You forgot to bring that part up. But no, go ahead. Continue. It's all about a box of cereal. Sure it is.
That's right. I forgot about that. He that he said that to the Bland girl. So Kaiser, I mean, yeah, this was by far the worst episode. Not even close. And you know what? I have been seeing a lot of more drop off from people. If we look at even the last few episodes of our live streams, they've been getting more views than some of our normal like comic review live streams. But I'm starting to see the hype or the conversation kind of dwindle, not just on Twitter, but on YouTube. I know Paul Chato, even he made a video where he was like, yeah, after this episode, I'm out. Like, I'm done.
And see, Max, this was kind of my point last week when we were discussing this, when it was like, oh, why are you defending it if it's not good? I'm not defending this because it's not good. I'm defending the potential of this show with the new creative team, because everything that we've seen from them has actually been promising. And it hasn't been much, but we've seen promising things. Like, it looks like they understand that, one, they know how the world works, they understand the characters, and they seem to know what fans, for the most part, want. Like, everyone's gonna be like, well, they killed Foggy. They were stuck with that. Like, that their hand was forced. They actually just decided to show it rather than be little bitches and have it happen off screen.
Yeah.
But when we get to the Frank scene, like, it's very clear that there's so much potential here. And the fact that they're like, yeah, we don't want this to just be Daredevil. We want to bring in the whole Defenders people and start doing stuff with all of them. Yeah, I want that. And I think it sucks. And I said this last time. I think it sucks that they got stuck with this hand of shitty 6 episodes. Because people are going to back out. And people are going to go, oh, this is awful. And they're kind of putting the blame on the new team. And the new team's like, well,
And the new
That's why
team is
last
kind of saying, well, yeah, this is the hand that we've been dealt.
Yeah.
We're going to get maybe 2 episodes at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And then we'll have season 2. But by season 2, I mean, who's going to be left?
Gonna care. Yeah.
Who's going to
And
be
that's
left?
my
And who's going
point.
to care? Yeah.
Like, that's why I'm defending the good stuff and pushing the good stuff and saying, hey, there could be hope. And maybe it's just like, if I were to tell people what to do with this, I was like, you know what? If you feel like dropping out, drop out, catch the last 2 episodes, catch 8 and 9 maybe, and then go from there.
So do the best elements include 2 different groups of people singing "We Built This City" on rock and roll?
No.
Oh God.
Great song by Starship, I do have to say. So
Yeah.
And all the kids
what
are
is
like
that?
screwing
was it
it
just
up.
humor? Was it just like
That's a good question.
What?
I didn't understand why the significance of the song.
I don't know.
Maybe just because it's New York and Fisk will fix it, fix the city. We built the city.
Yeah, I
Why
don't.
do it twice? Was that a
Yeah, but why do it
joke, right?
twice?
Like, if they had shown this as like his campaign song or something, maybe I would understand why they're singing it, but I didn't.
No.
And this was another thing that when BD was interviewing the director, their director thought this was great. Like, he thought this was so funny. And I will say, I smirked at just how much Fisk was hating it.
Yeah,
like, you could just tell, and they're like, oh, we've got another. He's like, no,
that's
but
enough.
It's
Thank you.
also out of character. It's like, okay, this isn't Fisk. This wouldn't happen. And Fisk would grab these kids and just start slaughtering them for, this egregious tone to his ears.
Maybe it's just me, but this scene specifically, it reminded me of that September 11th morning when Bush was with the kids in that kindergarten class, and the Secret Service agent comes up to him and says, hey, Twin Towers just got hit. And he continues to stay there with the kids, doesn't move. This kind of reminded me of that. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it or.
I think he bounced. He let them finish that song and he bounced.
And he was out of there.
Yeah. They did say that they had to go back and re-record kids purposely singing bad because it actually sounded too good.
Oh,
well, that was one thing that I noticed was how bad it was.
Hired. The director was talking about the people that they got, the kids that they got, was actually a children's choir, and he was like, "But this is how bad of a director he is. He didn't realize that the point was for it to sound like kids that aren't trained singers. So you had this professional sounding kids choir singing this, and then one of the editors was like, I think the point is that it's supposed to be bad, and that's why Fisk is like, no, I'm leaving." So they had to go get kids to do ADR dubbing purposely bad to then layer on top and mix.
But even even before he says like, no, that's enough, he's like visibly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He hates being here. So, interesting. But look at this diverse group of children. Well, I mean, I don't want to talk about any of this crap because it's just worthless. I mean, I don't know if there's anything here that you guys wanted to talk about, but nothing here really develops Fisk's character. There's nothing really here that continues the story.
It is completely shocking because everyone in this episode acts completely out of fucking character. As far as this scene, you mean to tell me, regardless of being shot in the eye or in whether like the overweight Echo clearing him of all his sins, he wouldn't have smashed this kid's head through a car door or tossed him out the window? Come on.
Well,
like that bitch wouldn't be like, no, actually you do this first, and then you do this first. Actually, you do this first. He'd be like, shut the fuck up. I want a yes person in here. You're both. Get the fuck out of my office before I kill you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, he wouldn't smash this kid in the office, but he wouldn't let him speak. The moment this kid tried to like monologue, Fisk would be like, absolutely not. Get out, yelling. And then when no one was around and it was late at night, either he would kill. Honestly, Fisk would be so pissed he would probably kill this kid.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And the fact that doesn't happen, and the fact that Fisk is like touched that he's such a fan and he believes in me.
Oh my god!
I'm like,
Loyalty.
come on.
Ridiculous.
Courage.
Yeah, the fact that he's not in that jail cell with the lover boy too, it's like no, he should have been in that. He should have been in that cell too.
Out of all the Fisk mayor stuff, there are 2 lines out of all the scenes that I thought were good lines, and one was whatever the black lady, his whatever, I don't know what she is to Fisk, but the black lady, when she said, "I was here before," or she said something, "I've been in this position however many years. I was here before Fisk. I'll be here after Fisk." Like, I thought that was a good line because there's so many people I know not only involved with politics but also corporations that they're the underlying role, but they really do direct and guide everything. They're just not the guy. I thought that was a good line.
Staff, and I'm like, why did you be there after or before?
Right. Well, yeah, I know, but. The other thing that I liked was when she was like, "Nope, he's mine. I'll take responsibility." I was like, "Oh, look, one character actually doing an adult thing in leadership." I was like, "I'm shocked." That's it.
Yep.
That's
surprising.
All. Not good. Just like actual, like, okay, I believe that.
Sure. I don't know what any of this is leading up to. I mean, what was the purpose of this episode? Now, I know, Josh, you said that this was a day in the life where we just followed Fisk, but at some point we have to have some sort of story thread, like with previous seasons, it builds up to something where we're like, okay, there's a underlying plot that Fisk is maybe trying to, but he's already mayor. So is he just trying, like, I don't understand. Like, maybe I'm just missing the dialogue, but yeah, what was the purpose of this episode?
The only thing I can think of is if the point of the episode was to show that, like, he has no intention of actually being the mayor, he just wants the power of being the mayor, and that you were supposed to see him literally just unraveling with all of his mayoral duties, and maybe that would have been clearer had they kept it the way it was, but it also would have been boring as fuck for an episode.
Yeah.
If I spent 45 to 50 minutes just watching him go from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing from morning till night, and then he's just like, like he's like mad at the end, I would have hated this episode just as much. Like,
and then imagine him going from event to event to event, and then Matt and Leroy, and then back to Fisk, and then Matt and Leroy again. I'd be God, I'm so done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what the point of this episode is.
There's really not much of one.
There's really not.
Yeah.
Like they.
Here we go. Here's the.
They could have cut this entire episode.
Yeah, easily. And I love the stuff with Frank, but at the same time, it's just like, just show it separately. Show it in a different. I don't know.
This could have been the opening of the next episode. This would.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The only things that matter in this episode are Fisk and you finding out that Adam's in a cage, which honestly should have been at the end of episode 2.
Yeah.
Like, show right away, like, hey, he's trying to like pretend like he's on the better side and walking in light, but this is still like they should have shown that episode 2. This is still Fisk. And then Muse, I feel like we should have had Muse even in the first, like, stuff referring to Muse in the first episode, have a little bit in the background of the second episode, whether it's news reports, first episode of like, oh, bodies are missing, whatever, these strange murals are popping up, or have something like that. Second episode, show the clip of him just like from behind carrying someone down a train, like, and just show that, and that's it. And you're like, oh, maybe this, whatever this we just saw is the bodies that are missing or people that are missing. Then episode 3, show them like with the person that's alive, like what we see here. Build it. You could have just taken all that and put it in earlier episodes, and it would have created more of a thread that wants you to kind of come back and learn more. They didn't do that. The only stuff with Matt that mattered in this is the Frank scene, and you could have done it at the end of the last episode or the beginning of the next one.
Yuri Volti says, just having to endure those children, I already understand why Fisk hates his job.
Yeah.
Man, yeah.
What did he think being mayor was?
Yeah, right.
Well,
filling holes, Kyle, filling holes.
Yeah.
I don't know, listening to a Latvian choir would have been.
I tone that one out. At least they were on key. It's like, all right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I do have to show a little bit of this just because this is absolutely outrageous.
Genius. Oh.
Matt flicks the bottle over, which then sends it down the street that White Tiger was running up towards when he got shot. And so Matt is using his supersonic hearing, his echolocation, to hear it, and the bottle's going down.
Watch it just turn.
Just completely straight. So I'm just pausing it for, copyright reasons.
Copyright reasons, yeah.
Whoop! That's wild. Oh my God. That's so ridiculous. And sure enough,
that's physics.
It hits the casing.
Yeah.
It doesn't land next to it. It doesn't roll over. It doesn't, maybe land somewhere in the vicinity. It hits the casing and just sits there. And I'm like, bro.
And that's the thing. Crazy. You could have just had it drop in the storm drain, and that would be enough for me to go like, oh, okay, maybe the casing fell into the storm drain and no one thought to look there.
Well, I thought Matt was going to use the bottle, was going to maybe smash the bottle on the ground or topple it over to have that kind of listen to what's on the ground. And then he would see the bullet casing by listening to where the bottle fell. But no, they just had the bottle travel to the casing. It's just, whatever. It is dumb, but we don't need to reminisce on it. So he finds the casing, and then this was what I was hung up on. How does he know where Frank is at?
Oh, he's definitely been keeping tabs on Frank.
Even though he doesn't want to be Daredevil anymore?
I guarantee you regardless, he's been keeping tabs on Frank.
Kyle, is that fair? You think?
I mean, it's
Matt
only been a
Frank's
year.
Yeah.
I did find it very convenient that he just happened to know where he was, but I don't know. It would make sense that he would kind of have an idea of where he would be. Again, how active has Frank been?
Yeah, that's a good.
Well, he's got the whole wall.
Yeah, he's got the whole wall behind him, but
And-
he's acting like he's sitting in some fucking dungeon. He hasn't left in years. It's like, well, what?
No. Because Matt says, "What are you doing down here? Just planning your next kill?" And he says, "You're goddamn right, I am."
Yeah,
that's
Why does
Frank's
he look like
line.
a hobo.
I mean, he looked like a hobo at the beginning of Punisher season 1.
Did Frank get blipped? You think Frank got blipped?
We don't know.
Whoa.
I mean,
interesting. I don't know. I don't. Other episode or other shows like Hawkeye and Echo allude to Fisk not being blipped. Is that correct?
Correct.
I wonder what Daredevil's been doing.
Echo also. Well, according to Echo, no, because the scene that he's in Echo is supposed to be during the blip. However, there was an interview where, again, BD, congrats, where BD's like, well, we know, and he says this to Charlie Cox. He goes, well, we know Daredevil Matt didn't get blipped. And Charlie goes, are you sure? And he goes, well, according to Echo, and Charlie goes,
Oh, Charlie's based.
So Brandon was like, okay, we'll see.
I love it. Well, I mean, because it's a good question, right? Because if these guys have been acting or have been plotting and scheming and working for the past 10 years, even during the blip, Punisher, Daredevil, and Kingpin, they're all doing stuff during the blip. I don't know. There's at least one of them had to have been blipped, I would think. Oh, well. The other thing I found kind of sus was that Frank and Drew, you've read a ton of Punisher comics, so maybe you can tell me if I'm off here, but I feel like Frank would have a high class security system where he's got videos and he's got tripwires and he's got claymore mines pointed at shit where Matt wouldn't just be able to walk in unless Frank intentionally had him walk in. I don't know.
Correct. And it wouldn't be this visible. It wouldn't be this exposed. He'd be operating out of what appeared to be an abandoned storage unit, storage unit, someplace hidden that can't be visible. Someplace that doesn't have fucking windows in it.
Well, in what was it, Punisher Warzone, where they did the movie with Ray Stevenson?
Yeah, and
right?
in the
It's in the sewers.
subway tunnels.
Yeah.
Subway tunnels.
Yeah,
Sewer-
yeah, it's in
well,
the so he's like
well,
underground. I was like,
yeah,
yeah.
well, in the Dolph Lundgren Punisher movie, it's in the sewers, which is pretty cool.
Mhm.
You know, it shows it's a
Mhm.
labyrinth, it's a maze. You can't find the guy,
Yeah.
and yeah, I like that approach. But this, it's like, no, he would not be visible. He would not be out in the open for people to find.
Yeah, I don't really, even if he were in some place more visible like this, I feel like he would have some sort of security system that would alert him that someone's walking up.
Not just
to
that, he
him.
wouldn't have just one. He'd be like
Multiple
yes, he'd be
levels
like
of, yeah.
Yasser Arafat, you know, not spending the same night in the same place twice. You know, he's
Mm.
always on the move. No one's going to be able to find him.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know that's nitpicking, but
No,
for
it's
me,
not nitpicking. No, it's being true to the character. What would he honestly do? If you're a vigilante and you're going out every night mowing people down, you don't want to get found.
Yeah.
100%.
No, I'll agree with that, because like this is very clearly his lair. He's got his guns
right.
there. He's got his board of everyone he's hunting down.
Mhm. His Pepe Silvia board, where it's
yeah.
all
Yes. Yeah.
Now, if this were like the Punisher series, where he's got like his little tiny hole in the wall apartment that he lived in, and all that other stuff wasn't there because he
Oh.
kept moving his base, I would have been okay with it. You know, Matt showing up at his apartment, quote unquote.
Sure.
But no, they clearly
Yeah,
went this out to be his base. And Drew's right; he wouldn't be somewhere where there's windows, and it looked like they're just in a building that Matt took a like long way to
You
get
just
to the
walk-
room.
You just walk
Yeah,
in.
just
It's like,
walked
oh yeah,
in.
hey.
So
because yeah, like if anyone can walk in and Frank is like ready to kill them, you know what I mean? Like that just, to me, that just screams like, no, you guys didn't understand.
He welcomes intruders.
I mean, the only
Well, I
other
mean,
scene,
that-
the only, I would say, you know what? It's like in how easy it was to get in. It was just like in Batman Forever, just how easily Robin got in, and how easy the Riddler got in. It's like, oh, I didn't realize getting into the Batcave was that damn easy. How about that?
So, I guess our next question though is, now that Matt and Frank are finally together, Matt tells Frank that he found the bullet casing that killed White Tiger, and sure enough, it had a Punisher logo on it. And Frank actually says, "What's that got to do with me? Just a bunch of fucking fanboys doing their own thing."
yeah,
And
wannabe
Matt
fanboy.
says, "Wannabe fanboys," and Matt says, "Well, they're cops, so it might have something to do with you." Let me see if I have the actual line. He says, what does that got to do with me? Nothing to do with you, right? Silly me. Nice place you got here. Appreciate that. Oh no, he says, this is where it is. Guess whose logo I found on the bullet casing? And he says, bunch of bullshit fanboys, huh? Or maybe wannabe fanboys, bullshit
Maybe it is
fanboys.
bullshit, but something like that. Yeah.
A lot of them are cops. What does that got to do with me? Yeah, nothing to do with you, right? Silly me. Nice place you got here. Appreciate that. And then Matt says, although here's the thought, you could use all this to be of service. Yeah, be of service, huh? Are you of service, Red? Did you serve? You prance around the city in a Halloween costume, beating the snot out of bad guys. Hey, thank you for your service. I mean, you could help people. You could save lives. And Frank says, I did that. I was downrange, Red. Look at what that got me. So, I mean, I guess I'll just ask, because we could go through each one of these lines and talk about their...
He would not. Frank is not a victim. Frank would not be seeing himself as a fucking victim.
He doesn't. They have that line, and he says, "I've never said that pussy."
Yeah, I never said that pussy ass word.
He says, I didn't use that pussy ass word.
But the dialogue he's espousing is that of a fucking victim. And
I disagree, because what I think the point is Matt's like, you could actually go potentially be a cop or be an actual vigilante and not kill people and do some good. And I think Frank's point is like, yo, I was in the service and I did everything like I was asked to do and then some, and look where it got me. My wife is dead. My daughter is dead. My son is dead. I became like, they turned the entire thing against me, because that's what the story is in this universe. They tried to pin it on me, and I had to go kill them to kind of free my name for this. So I don't think he's saying he's a victim. I think he's saying I tried to do that, and the system that you're so big on pushing is the one that tried to screw me over. Like, that system murdered my family. That system tried to blame it on me. Then that system tried to murder me. But guess what? I murdered them first.
You know what, Josh? We're seeing the parallels here between the Punisher and Leroy Jenkins. This is what the shit that there's the system.
No,
you think there's a parallel between a criminal who actually did shit wrong?
I really, truly, honestly believe that's what the quote-unquote writers are doing here. They're trying to show the parallel between Frank and Leroy Jenkins.
No, because I don't think Frank says anything to actually sound like a victim. I think he's just saying, like, hey, I did what was asked of me and they turned it against me. So I'm not going to do this.
We may not think that. We may not think that, but I guarantee you the writers think that.
I don't think so. That's why this whole scene was rewritten.
I don't know. I'm going to disagree there.
What do you disagree with? What?
That I really truly believe they're portraying Frank as a victim along with Leroy Jenkins.
Nope. Kyle, do you think he's being portrayed as a victim?
I think Matt is trying to portray him as a victim, and then Frank is saying, no, if you think that I'm acting like a victim, you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Like, you don't understand. It's like, and then they kind of have that.
Yeah, Frank even has that. I can't remember what Matt says, and Frank says that's the one honest thing you've said.
Yeah. And then it's like, okay, now you're starting to kind of see from my point of view now, after Foggy died, like what this shit will do to you. Unless you try to ramp this up and actually kill these fucking assholes that are going after you, it's like this stuff's going to keep happening to you. And it's like, you don't understand what a victim is. You think I'm being a victim here. But he's not.
So how does this rank up? And I'll shout out my boy Nick Weiser here in just a second. How does this rank with the ceiling or the rooftop scene in season 2? And I'll let you guys think about that real quick while I shout out my main man, 32 Flavors and Nick Weiser. Dude, thank you so much for the 2 doll hairs. He says, congrats, Maximilian. Well, thank you, Nick. Funny enough, brother, when I was looking at, because they tell you, here's your membership perks and here's all your stuff back and here's your this and that. And they go, for example, if you want to do a membership video, here's some examples of other comic creators that, have done this before. And yours was one that they recommended. So funny enough, I was like, how cool. Well, thank you for recommending my boy. So cheers, big ups to you. Thank you for the $2, brother. I'll send you something good. Enjoy the rest of your night, man. And thanks for stopping by. So how does this rank up to the rooftop scene in season 2? I'll go down the line. I'll kind of start with Kyle and work my way down.
I mean, emotionally, they're acting wise, this could easily rank up there with that. Like, they could have it in that. It could be the next episode or, at the end of that season. Like, it could have easily fit in there with how these two play off each other. Like, it is just, when you see this happen, you're just like, this is acting. Like, everybody else, Leroy, all you fucking cocksuckers, get around here. Like, watch this.
Watch these two.
This is how you do it, people.
Yeah.
Like, these are two people that actually care. So, now the sentiment behind this and what they're discussing. That rooftop scene is just it's perfect. It's tops. It's those two characters. So it can't reach that, but it's pretty damn close.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are kind of, I need to go back and rewatch season 2, but they are kind of reminiscing about similar topics, right? Because Frank is continually like hounding Matt, like, hey, why didn't you take his life? He's in the chow hall right now, breathing the same air that you're breathing, and yet Froggy's gone. Say his name, right? Say his name. You're the one.
I really wish they would have brought back the line that Frank says to him in season 2 at the rooftop. You're just one bad day away from being me. And I really wish he would have said something along those lines. Not directly that line, but something along those lines.
but Matt did have a bad day. He threw
Yeah.
Bullseye off
Yeah.
No,
the
go
roof.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, just saying like, yeah, sounds like looks like someone had a bad day or something like that. Just something like that. Just
Maybe.
I don't know. I feel like that would have been too forced because then it's like, well, how does Frank know that he tried to actually kill Bullseye? You know what I'm saying? Like it goes back to like how did the street people know that Fisk chopped somebody's head off with a car door? Like for me, it kind of goes back to that type of thing. And look, I don't need callbacks. For me, the fact that he said the whole he's breathing the same air as you while Foggy's dead. Or Foggy's not alive, or whatever he said. Because the way Matt, you could tell Matt knows he's right and just won't admit it.
Yeah.
By the way, he says he got life, and then Frank responds, "Yeah, and your friend's dead." You know, like
did he get life? Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's like he's essentially saying the same thing. I don't want to see writers come in and rewrite the same line. Like we get that shit in comics. Like it's happened. They said it. There is a progression. There needs to be a progression in dialogue. And I think that's what this is. He's sitting here going, look, we had this conversation just theoretically on that rooftop. But now it's hit home. And you're really going to tell me you don't believe this? And that's why he makes the line. The one I can't remember what Matt says. Or maybe
Matt
maybe
slaps him.
Oh yeah, that's the one true thing
Matt
you've done.
Yeah. So, Josh, do you think this kind of they rank up there with the two scenes? Do you think they could be held in the same esteem?
I think they work as good partners. I mean, there's a reason that rooftop scene was taken from comics to the show.
Yeah,
like it's like and here's the thing: just because every scene between these two, you're not going to have every scene live up to that level, and it shouldn't live up to that level. You need to have the ebb and flows. You need to have stuff that kind of makes sense and morphs and moves with things. If anyone has the expectation that every scene should live up to that level, you're retarded. And I'm sorry, but you're a fucking retard.
Well, then I'm retarded. No, okay.
Every person that thinks like, every Marvel movie should be Winter Soldier or Infinity War, you're retarded. Like, it's just not possible. In the grand scheme of things, no one's going to write that consistently good every single time. It's just not going to happen. This was good. Like if there's a nitpick for the scene, it's what Drew mentioned. The base doesn't make sense. Like they should have done better. 100%. That is the only nitpick I have for this scene. And I feel like if people try to nitpick this scene, they're just looking for something to complain about. That's genuinely what I think.
May I ask then how y'all felt about them crying? Because they do cry in this scene.
Matt cries in the scene.
Yeah, Matt does. I don't think
Frank gets
I don't think so.
No, Frank's just got that emotional gravel when he talks about his son.
Yeah.
He did that. He did
his
that.
eyes.
Well, that was
He
the first
did
time
that
Frank
in-
talked about his son. I mean, because if you go back to Daredevil and everything else, it's about his daughter.
One batch, two batch, penny and a dime.
Yeah.
It's all about his daughter.
Yeah, this is the first time talking about his son.
Okay.
Look at those
I
glossy
feel like
eyes.
but
Not crying.
not crying. But I also feel like in Punisher season 1, he talked a lot about. No, he did talk a lot about his son.
Did he?
Because they had because they have the flashback of them on the they don't call it the barge, but the whatever the boat is. There was a lot of talking about his son because they paralleled it with Micro and then Micro's son and how Micro's son started acting out when his dad wasn't there.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to go back and rewatch season 1.
It's not. I mean, it's just there should have been more violence. That's the only problem with season 1.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
But yeah, no, I'm fine with Matt crying. Matt's an emotional person. Matt has cried before. He's cried in Daredevil.
Yeah,
more than once. So
I'm okay with Matt breaking down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, 'cause for me, that's another thing. If you're like, oh no, Matt was crying, and be like, bro, go back and watch Daredevil season 1 through 3. He cries plenty of fucking times. Yeah, and that's just Charlie Cox's. Like, look, Charlie Cox knows how to pull on the heartstrings, and maybe we're
it
like,
works.
Ugh.
It works.
But
you know what? You know what pulled on my heartstrings though, and I was like, John Bernthal, gosh dang you! He goes, and I hear, or no, he goes. Every time I stop moving, I still hear my little boy. I see him and I hear his voice. He says, "Get him, Daddy. Every last single one of them. Get him." And
Love
that's
it.
what I do.
Yep.
And that's why I see it in you. That's why I see it in you, because you know you didn't do a goddamn thing and it's going to keep eating inside of you. And I was like, let's go. This is what we've been waiting for.
Talk to him, Frank.
Talk to him, Frank. But that's who Frank is. It's his family that continues to just like sit in his head, and everyone that he kills, he just does it because he's like, because they did this to me and my family, I'm going to kill all y'all. So I was like, hey, that's what I like. That's good. Bringing him back. So, but the chemistry between these two, I mean, I get zero chemistry between Matt and this new girlfriend lady, which, by the way, she is the one in Ahsoka who has like the horns, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
Or she was in Ahsoka or she was in Acolyte, I forget. But yeah, so her and Matt, zero chemistry. Matt and Frank, bro, how are they that good? How do they keep doing
When Matt slaps him and says, "Fuck, no, I can't."
Yeah.
Okay. It felt like a relationship, but like it felt like when you're about to, like, I don't know. The closest that I've seen of that type of reaction, fuck no, I can't, is when you're like at a club and you're like kind of dating someone, but you're not really official. And then someone else is like on your jock. They're like, just like, oh, like they want it. And you're like, no, I can't. That's what I'm not saying that's what that was. I'm just saying that's immediately what I thought of. I was like,
Josh,
what?
are you shipping them? Oh my god.
No,
Wow.
no. It's not. I regret saying anything.
No, I'm bleeding cool now. Too late.
I know, right? But yeah, no.
I think it's here. No? Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, Frank is like, God.
Yep.
Frank's like, do it again, hit me harder.
Yeah. And that's where Matt kind of turns around. He's like, nope, I can't do this.
And then he turns and says, "I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Or what? That's the one honest thing you've done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what's weird about the girlfriend is I thought their very first meeting and an interaction, there was like the smallest little hint of chemistry. Hold on. Almost just in, not necessarily like attraction, but just in the mental, like, you know, okay.
Yeah, the tete-a-tete, like,
yeah,
okay.
and I can understand
Reaching.
that.
Reaching.
And so you feel like that's reaching?
I'm just giving you a hard time because you're like, hold on a sec. Wait, hang on a second.
Well, no, but then I was going to say everything since then to me has been, I called her a wet blanket earlier. That's what she is a wet blanket.
Yeah. And maybe that's the director, because directors also have a really big role in how actors perform. And so maybe that's the director saying, hey, I need you guys to feel this a little bit more, or Matt, you need to be saying this or that. And so a lot of directors can sometimes get better performances out of their actors. I don't know.
Or maybe she's not the best actress and she got
that's
scene that was,
she's already been in a Disney Plus show. So they probably just said, yeah, bring her in again.
Probably. But the other thing too is that that character has a very tragic story in the comics. And they're not, there's literally nothing to this character. We don't know, like, there's nothing to her as an individual. That character is literally just Matt's girlfriend and Fisk's therapist. That's her roundness of that character.
She has a buzzard hanging over her head, and I'm just waiting for her to choke on that noose.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Well, doesn't she? Not to spoiler, but doesn't she actually kill herself in the comics?
Yeah.
I thought Karen killed herself in the comics.
No, Karen's killed by Bullseye in the church.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna say there was something else that that I was either. Oh, I think it was with this girl, this therapist. I feel like there's a lot of those characters where we don't know who they are. They just have title. Like Cherry is just like knockoff Foggy. And then
Do you think Cherry's knockoff Foggy?
I mean, he's not terrible, but like each character, I
No.
don't really.
How Kyle describes Demon Black Chick as the knockoff Foggy.
100%.
Oh, that's who I'm thinking of. Okay.
Yeah, Cherry's the cop guy that's kind of
Just
like
a-
pulling
yeah,
the
just
Ben
a
Urich,
PI.
but he's a cop instead. Yeah.
Heather Glenn. There you go.
Yeah.
As a Death Wish character. All right. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. Yeah, Yuri says, and after Matt slapped him, he choked him too.
Yeah, he did.
You got him. Got him good.
Mhm.
More of that shipping for Josh.
Yep.
So, what did you guys think about the line where, Frank is telling Matt, say his name, and Matt goes, listen, it's not about him. And then finally, Frank says, it's all about him, kind of under his breath, kind of lowly. I mean, Frank knows Matt almost better than Matt does.
Yeah.
Better than that psychiatrist does. That's for damn
Oh,
sure.
yeah, that's
For
for sure. That's for sure.
Ship it. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, God, no.
No,
But I mean, hey,
good. Like, I think it's good.
how cool would it be to see these two in their own show and have them both like just kicking ass and taking names and fighting crime?
It's too much testosterone, Max.
Could
Oh,
be.
you're right. Oh,
I still want to know what was Matt's point of this whole thing? What was his point? He wanted to give him
That's a
the
good
bullet
question.
casing. Like, was it to tell Frank, get your boys in line, or what the fuck are you doing? Or I need you to put an end to this, or you need to tell me to put like what
So
you
Frank has a line somewhere in there along the lines of "You came here to ask me to do something that you couldn't do," or something like it's something along those lines.
yeah.
And I'm taking it as that's actually what Matt was wanting, is for Frank to step in and take action on something.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the reason I say that is because Frank is right for calling out everything Matt's doing that's a lie throughout this scene.
So yeah, maybe Matt is there. Matt's there because in Matt's head, he thinks he's going to drop the bullet off or the casing off, and he's going to go, all right, Frank, yeah, get your boys in line. I'm going to go back to doing my thing, which is lawfully, convicting people, and you do your thing, and I'm just going to leave it at that, right? But Frank says, I tell you what I think, Red. Tell me what you think, says Matt. Frank says, I don't think you came here for my help at all. See, I think you want my permission. You want to get your hands on somebody, huh? Want to hurt him. Maybe you're a little bit scared, about what that means. Matt says, that's an interesting take. I like it. And Frank goes, Matt says, yeah, no, sorry, buddy. Way off on that one. And he's kind of nervously saying like, oh yeah, no, that's not me. But Frank comes back and he goes, yeah, you're so full of shit, counselor. So full of shit. You're guilty. So that might be kind of what we're reading into, is that Matt maybe subconsciously really did go there to have Frank do something that Matt couldn't do.
I think so. I was mixing up the permission line, but I think Frank's right. I think Matt is going to him, really wanting someone to say like, yo, you can be, or you should be Daredevil. Because we've seen Matt fighting who he is. Like, you've got this scene and you got the end of the second episode where he's forced to physically fight. And then when he finishes fighting, he lets out that scream because he's mad because he let himself go there. And it goes back to all the way to season 1, the opening scene of the entire series, where he's talking about let the devil out and how he suppressed it for like so long. But now he's just come to terms with, I have to let the devil out, when he's in there with the preacher. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, I think the Powell scene with that detective, this should have happened after this. I think we should have had this scene of him being like, because Matt is so sure that Powell detective is a piece of shit and he was responsible for this guy's death. And he was trying to come here to almost get Frank's permission to be like, can I kill this piece of shit? Because I know he did it. And then he confronts him. And that would explain why Matt stupidly confronted a detective in front of a bunch of witnesses, intimidating this guy.
And also why the
Stupid.
detective stupidly pushed him in front of all those people too. Like that was a bad scene.
Like, is anybody paying it? It's like, is anybody seeing this right now? But like that would have kind of made sense. And then
people were just walking by. La 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 la. It's New York City.
It's another day here. And that would have made sense because then he's like, oh shit, this guy didn't have anything to do with it. Fuck, I'm wrong. And maybe I shouldn't be listening to Frank, or maybe he's kind of getting into my head. I don't know. Like, I think that scene probably could have been switched to after this, would have made a little more sense.
I could see that. I guess the last thing I'll ask is this is the last face that we see of Frank. This is the last emotion that we see on Frank before we move into more therapy with like Vanessa and, you know, Fisk and all that. And the line that Matt says is, "You guys like you and me, we can work a lifetime and never measure up to his decency," talking about Foggy. And then he just says, "Goodbye, Frank." And Frank is left with this emotion. Now, I wonder how you guys see this, and I'd love to get your take as well. But Frank is resolute in what he does. He's good with that. And he doesn't need to measure up to anyone's decency. He knows he's a piece of shit. I don't know why we get this emotion from Frank at the very end, though. Because it makes me think that Matt got to him and was like, "We're never gonna meet, you know, Foggy's decency." And Frank's like, "Oh man, you're right. Oh, you're right. I'll never measure up." And I'm kind of like, no, but he wouldn't care. Like, he's like, "Yeah, I'm not a decent person. I kill people. Like, that's what I do." So I don't know. It was a little emotion that they kind of stayed on this for a bit. Like, they didn't pull away from this facial expression. So I didn't know if you guys had noticed that or not, but I was just like, yeah, I don't know.
I genuinely didn't, but I would have to. I mean, I'll say I watched this episode twice and I didn't catch it, but I'll go back and.
Yeah, I watched it twice. I saw what you're referring to, Max, and I was like, are they putting doubt into his mind at this point because of that line? Like, of all things, it's like, hey, this guy you don't really know, kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like,
what?
Frank would just be like, I know he means a lot to you, Matt. That's cool, but like, I don't give a shit about Foggy.
Couldn't care less. What's his name again?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's why Frank was telling him say his name, because he's like, I don't know his name.
I don't know his name. Fucking tell me.
But yeah, no. This is they pan in on him for a while. That's a fairly good amount of time that we see.
Purposeful, yeah.
Him looking like that, right? And he's kind of worriedly, like, you can see his eyes shifting. And I think you articulated it well, Kyle, is it looked like almost like doubt.
Yeah.
And that should never come from Punisher. He is fully on board with his crusade. Like,
correct.
What were the lines leading up to that look again?
Matt says, Foggy, he was the kindest, purest soul I ever met. And guys like you and me. Oh, sorry.
What does Frank say right before Matt responds, though?
He goes, "How about old Foggy? He got life." So the full conversation goes, "So what now? Every day Bullseye goes to the chow hall, eats his slop. You know he gets to breathe the same air that you breathe. You feel good about that?" And then that's when Matt says, "He got life." And Frank goes, "How about good old Foggy? He get life?" Matt says, "Foggy, he was the kindest, purest soul I ever met. And guys like you and me, we can work a lifetime and never measure up to his decency. Goodbye, Frank." And then they kind of just rest on Frank. So that's what makes me think, like, why is he rethinking his decision? Like, Frank should be totally, like I said, resolute in the fact that, like, maybe I'm right.
Maybe he's just like, okay, so what gun do I want to use to go kill these fucking one beasts?
Yeah, and with Frank saying, "Oh, by the way, next time you come back, I'm going to be armed," or like, just try walking in next time, see what happens.
It's too.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know if Frank needs to say anything.
Yeah,
I think Frank's done.
It's too.
He's
cliche.
done his job.
I can't with no.
Frank's done his job at this point.
The look was different. Like, had it had it kind of been like a situation of, I don't know. It's a strange look to it. It's the darting of the eyes that's making it look like he's contemplating, and I genuinely didn't catch that the first 2 times.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
And they feel a little glossy too, so that's why I was just like, I don't. Maybe there's a purpose there, or maybe they took that. Maybe that clip of him. Maybe they took that from a separate scene. Maybe that was a response to something else that Matt had said earlier, but they ended up using it for the last shot. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, John could have just improvised that, and they would have been like, "Oh, let's keep that in there."
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? I mean,
yeah,
1,000 things.
Honestly, it could be a thing where like maybe the original plan was to cut too quickly of Matt leaving, and they're like, we got to sit with this for a minute because that scene was good, especially when you surround it by shit.
Correct.
Well, yeah. Or maybe Frank really is sad that Matt's leaving, and he's like, "But you're my only friend."
I was going to tell you I was going to kill Bullseye. You come back. I'm going to tell you how I'm going to break in and kill him.
Wait, Matt, I'm going to kill more people. Please come back. I'm bad.
I saw you had other costumes in the past. Wear the black one.
Ooh. Matt, I like the yellow mustard one. Matt, I heard you dated She-Hulk for a little bit. Can you tell me more about her?
Heard you took a walk of shame. Yeah,
really. And honestly, that's the end of the episode because nothing else matters.
Everything matters. What are you talking about?
God, this was pathetic.
What?
Then we get wet, damp paper towel. Heather Glenn. Is that who it is, Andy? Heather Glenn. She may die this season, Andy. I don't know. But just nothing here. Do you guys remember the chemistry and like the passion that Matt had with Rosario Dawson as the night nurse in season 1?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, Rosario Dawson, Karen, even freaking Elektra.
Yeah, well,
Stick.
I didn't like Elektra.
I mean, he was.
No, I'm not saying I understand people not liking Elektra, but there was still more chemistry between those two than this. And there shouldn't have been, like, everything was red flag, psycho bitch, crazy. Why would you date something like this? And not even the right kind of crazy like Elektra is in the comics.
Yeah.
Right.
But there was still more chemistry there than this.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Elektra's one of those crazies where it's like she is going to F your world up in the bedroom and then she's going to leave you like wanting more, but then ultimately she's going to be crazy though outside of that, where you're like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't touch this anymore. She's kind of like Black Cat a little bit, where Black Cat's like insane.
Yeah. This chick, I thought he was going to be shocked that she was there. I figured he would have walked in and been like, "The fuck are you doing in here?"
Like, whoa. No, she's been to his apartment before.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't know. It just seemed like,
it was just jarring.
Over. Oops. Like,
You're staying over.
Oh, oops.
Oh no,
sorry.
I put your cab money on the nightstand over there. I mean,
couldn't see it.
I almost wish they would have just taken this approach that if they want her here in that relationship aspect, we wouldn't have seen them meeting. They would have just already been together.
Yeah, that would have been a little cleaner, I think, like the already established relationship. Yeah.
And like really kind of drive into like he's trying so hard to just live the normal life, even though that's not who he is. Like if they were living together in that unit.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the two of them talk and have a little sexy time. Matt has kind of a nightmare.
The importance of that.
Oh God.
Oh sure, yeah. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah, very important conversation he has when talking about how shitty the justice system is.
What did he say again, Kyle? Something about how he stole a box of Krabby Cakes?
Yeah, he's like, he talks about the guy, Hector, getting shot. And he was like, and she's like, yeah, sorry. And he's like, yeah, and I have another client who's in Rikers right now for stealing a box of cereal.
Oh my God.
And she's like, that seems like an unfair thing of justice or something. She's like, that seems a bit excessive. And he's like, yeah.
He's like, yeah, you're right.
You clearly didn't listen to anything that was happening.
No.
I think you just droned out everything that happened.
We need to put the system on trial.
Yep.
Matt should have gone back home and been like, God, you should have seen the guy I had to deal with today. What an absolute asshole, you know?
Yeah.
But no, instead he's like, yeah, this poor man who just stole just one box of cereal. That's it.
No, in
He's
real
never done
life, it would
anything
be
wrong
like,
in his life.
This N-word here, let me tell you.
let me tell
this
you.
guy, let me tell you. And she would have been like, whoa. Oh, we're
my
going
gosh.
there, eh?
Tell me about
Let's
this.
unpack this.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah.
mean by that?
How
Yeah,
does this make you feel?
Why did you have to use the N-word? Where did you learn that?
Well, because that's what he was acting like. I mean, there's no other way to describe it.
Okay, time out. Yes, thank you.
No, it's a great point. What was even the point of the whole thing with the guy stealing the box of cereal? There is 0 point. There is no point. Now, the guys and I kind of talked about maybe if the writers were a little bit better, they could have worked in Matt's Catholicism. They could have worked in some sort of redemption arc for Leroy Jenkins or something. But there's nothing. There's no the ending to that arc is Matt saying, "You're right." What does that do for anyone? That does nothing for the show, for the characters. It's
and you
pathetic.
couldn't even tie it in with Matt and Fisk in the fact that he has to go through all this red tape to do this one thing to try to help the city. And then Matt's having to go through all this red tape and all this other bullshit to try to help this one guy who's actually innocent. And, it's all convoluted and they're both trying to work the system in a different way, criminal justice and from, the political side. It's like, you couldn't even do that cleanly. So you're just saying nothing.
That's a really funny. You and Josh both brought this point up, and I think that it needs to be kind of reiterated again. But Matt tends to choose people who are not guilty. Every time that he chooses someone, he listens to their heartbeat. But Leroy is clearly guilty. You know what I mean? Like, very clearly guilty.
You didn't even need to listen to his heart. He's like, yo, you're guilty as fuck.
He's like, bro, I have cameras. I have the woman who worked there. I have the security, and I have the cops. And you have 20 to 30 priors. Come on, man. It's not. I don't even have to use my Daredevil senses to see this shit.
Open and shut.
Yeah.
The other thing that I could not figure out for the life of me is they have that one throwaway line at the beginning of "we owe them a favor," and that's why he's doing this. And I'm like,
what?
Yeah.
Explain that again.
What favor?
Yeah.
Why do you owe the what? What's the why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Ridiculous. But hey, they lying to me, man. Or what was the line?
They lying on me.
They lying on me. Wait, someone is lying on you? How can you get up?
Yeah. Are
No,
you
they
okay?
lying on me, man? Are you okay? Someone was lying on you.
Must be very uncomfortable.
Or someone was laying on you? Yeah. They lying on me. Well, then they be lying on me, man. It's like that line just sat with me. I was like, what is he saying? Who's lying to you?
So deep.
No, not
really,
lying to you, lying on. They lie.
Yeah.
They're telling
Lying
on me,
on.
but they're lying on me.
And
Max,
that was yeah.
You've got to become proficient in Ebonics if you want to go anywhere in this world. Okay, come on, man.
Bro, I'm surprised. I played college football and was in the Marine Corps for 5 years. I am surprised that I have not mastered the art form of that language. But oh well.
Yeah.
All right, come live in a crack town. We'll get you caught up real fast.
Ooh, fun. I mean, hey, LA is not too far away from me. So, what did you guys think about Daredevil kind of suiting back up and Matt putting on the suit again and playing with his little ninja sticks?
He didn't put a suit on. He just played with
he
his...
was just dancing around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. He just was playing with his little nunchucks.
And you got Fisk playing with his food.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, how we should have seen Adam in the first episode in a cage, or second episode, I guess. We should have seen Daredevil or Matt playing, messing with his eskrima, whatever you want to call this, in the second episode. They're not teasing this enough. And the fact that we're not getting, this is the third episode that we haven't had a fight. Second episode in a row we haven't had a fight.
Yeah.
And this is
then
why
even
Fisk
that's right.
bloody his hands are bloody, right?
Mhm,
He's been beating
yeah.
this fucking guy up. Is that why? In the
Supposedly,
second episode or something,
that's
you
what I'm
saw his
assuming,
hands
yeah.
are
Like second
Yeah.
and third, they showed it both. So the first episode, they should have just shown his bloody hands, and by the end of the second episode, they should have shown him Adam in a
Correct.
cage. This is what I don't get about the scene. I've seen a lot of people online, the retards that are like, everything Disney does is fantastic. And they're like, oh my gosh, can you believe this? This is so shocking. He's got Adam in a cage. I'm like, that's not shocking.
Yeah,
This should be expected. Like, this
Yeah.
is what you should like. The only shocking thing is that Fisk hasn't actually killed him.
Yeah,
right.
That's shocking.
I was
Yeah,
shocked
so-
how nice this looked. I'm like, it's actually pretty nice down there. He's actually got him pretty decent
Yeah.
confines down there.
And did you notice Rabbit in a Snowstorm? The painting?
Yeah,
Is
it's a
there-
lot
yeah,
on it.
little key
Yeah.
jangling. Look at that. We got the painting.
Do you think it would have been too? Do you think it would have been too much if Kingpin had cut off the guy's hand? Because she talked about how perfect and beautiful his hands were.
I thought his hands had been broken or something,
Yes,
like all
yeah.
fucked up.
Damage
Well,
done to his hands.
Yeah.
But that's what you could have done in this episode. Like, I God forbid, I don't want to justify having the freaking counseling sessions or that line, but like, show Adam at the end of episode 2, have one of the counseling sessions if we must keep them. Vanessa talking about his hands, and then the next time we see Fisk with Adam, have him chopping off his hands or like mutilating, just something. Like, so he's literally been like, all right, not only do I have you here to keep you from her, but now I know she loves your hands, and I'm going to make sure she never loves your hands again.
Right.
Like, really show, like, hey, nothing about this guy has changed. He is still, like, brutal
Yeah.
as fuck.
Is he going to
No.
be tied into Muse because of the art thing? Because this guy's an artist, and with Muse with the artist crap, is this going to be a thing?
No, I think they were just trying to tie it into what could catch Vanessa's eye because she was the art curator. That's how
Yeah.
she
Okay.
met. Yeah. I don't think it has anything. I could be wrong, but I don't think it has anything to do with Muse.
Okay.
We'll just see more cuckpin. The EFAP guys actually laughed because they were like, "Is it cuckpin or is it King Cuck?" And I was like, "No, King Cuck." It would say that he actually has some power, but he has zero power in this. So,
He has no hand.
and you're gonna need it. Annie Masterson says, "It was his hands. They held my breast so firm but tender." Yeah, no, I mean, that was one of the cringiest, weirdest lines and things when they're like in the counseling session, and Heather is like, no, Fisk, you shut the hell up. I want your
Yeah.
wife to tell me how amazing her like affair was and
Yep.
why she loved him so much. And you're like, bro.
I want to hear from Vanessa now. Bitch, she's been talking the entire time.
Yeah.
I haven't said a word other than I love you.
I haven't uttered a single word. Yeah.
God, any guy would be like,
so-
listen, if I have to fucking hear this one more time, I swear to God, I will bitch slap both of you in the fucking face. Like,
Yeah. So
ugh.
this is the last like maybe 5-10 seconds of the episode, but we finally get to see Muse. Muse is a true and proper villain. He's awesome. I love the concept behind Muse, and I think he's a really cool addition to Daredevil's like
Rogues Gallery, yeah, it's scary.
Rogues Gallery. Yeah. Oh, it's
He's creepy.
terrifying, super creepy. And from what I remember in the comics, not only does he paint with blood, he paints with the body parts. Like he makes murals and statues from body parts. So they could really go into this. Like they could really make this thing terrifying and horrific. And we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, I mean, did you guys like this first iteration of what we're finally seeing with Muse? He's got bodies strung up, in the cave and everything. Like, I was like, okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked it. Yeah, it's good.
I'm still on the train of we should have gotten more by now. Like I don't even need interact like confrontation. Just we should have gotten more.
Yeah.
Like there should have. It's almost like this should have been kind of like a 3-way story of we don't really know who Muse is, but we see the murals, and then maybe episode 2 you see him kidnapping someone, and oh god, this guy's actually using blood, like that's creepy. And then put a focus like episode 3 of there's these anti-Fisk murals popping up around, because the one doing the Fisk murals too.
Yeah,
like you could have made it like just some tension of there's something else kind of working against this here. And then clearly he's also anti-vigilante because of the what was it, Triggered?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Punisher logo. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got 3 different like powers kind of in this sphere, all kind of working against each other. But he's the only one that's actually being true to himself at the moment. The other 2 are not.
Yeah.
And it would help if the cops were trying to hunt down this fucking serial killer psychopath, and they're missing things like shell casings at crime scenes. You could make that, other than the fact that no, they're purposefully not doing it because fuck this guy. And Matt having to overhear conversations of these cops being like, what the fuck are we gonna, like, this guy's an absolute psycho, what do we do? We have no leads, we don't know what's going on, who is this freak show? And then Matt having to represent this total piece of shit. And it's like you could have had these other chaos things, and him being like, no, all these cops are bad, but yet we're trying to go after this serial killer, and I may need the cops' help in trying to figure out where this guy is and what's going on. It's like you're torn. So then you need to bring in Frank to help. I mean, there's ways you could go about doing this.
We should have had more of a build with Muse, because I do think the next 2 episodes are Matt dealing with Muse.
Really? In the next 2?
Yeah. They're dropping the next 2 episodes back to back. So they're dropping 2 episodes next week.
Okay.
You're either getting Frank and Matt dealing with the Punisher police situation, or you're getting Matt dealing with Muse. And I think it's Matt dealing with Muse.
Why are they dropping the 2 at the same time?
Well, okay, so 1, I think they're realizing we've got to get some positive, and I think you're going to probably have a slower setup episode and then a payoff episode, which, whatever. But I also think we got kind of spoiled with Daredevil being binge. It's binge show for the first 3 seasons. And I think you can kind of forgive some of the slower aspects of it. And it's kind of what Kyle was talking about, revisiting some of these episodes from the previous seasons. If you had those previous seasons releasing 1 week at a time, I don't think the show would have ever caught on like it did. I genuinely don't think it would have.
Wait, you're saying that because Daredevil was all released at once, that it got the hype?
I think it helped.
Really?
I think it's a great show. Yeah. I think if you go back, I genuinely think if you go back, especially with the start of season 1, because season 1 was a very slow burn.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would have talked about how slow it was and quote unquote boring had they gotten an episode a week.
I don't know if I necessarily agree, and I would have to watch the first season again.
For Daredevil season 1?
Yes.
No, I completely disagree with that. I just rewatched season 1. And
I rewatched season 1 too.
Me too.
Look, all I'm going to say is it's amazing how much action is in each and every episode of Daredevil.
Agreed.
Compared to this. And there's I don't see the word slow happening at all. That when I've come up in the vocabulary.
It's slow. I said slow burn.
I wouldn't even say I wouldn't say a slow burn.
I think even if it was a slow burn, the dialogue was so engrossing and you were like so invested that I never once felt that I was like, it never felt like a slog, but I was always wanting, like at the end of each episode, because they're proper in that they leave you on a cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger. Yes, that should be.
I agree. I'm just saying no matter how you look at this, I like the first 3 seasons. I think it's the best thing Marvel anything.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying when you get the immediate gratification of the next episode, it makes a difference. Because when you get that week there's that gap. There's that gap. And I'm just saying, I even think some of the dialogue about this show would have been different had it all released at once.
Meaning, like, people would have appreciated it more or disliked it more.
No, I think they would have paid attention to what they do like more. And this is why I mentioned what Kyle was saying about season 3. Like, we have some rose-colored glasses about season 3 overall, when the start of that season was not great.
Fucking terrible.
So, if you took season 3, and this is why I said season 1 was a slow burn, but then you had season 3. Like, if you took where the story was all over the place and not focused and kind of doing shit, and you had that cop or detective or informant, whatever the hell that guy was, like, you would have been like, what the fuck are we doing here? But that's not what we remember. We sat down, we watched 4 to 5 episodes in one night, and the next episodes the next night, and we ended with the bomb ass bullseye fight and Fisk and Matt beating the shit out of him. Like, and that's what we were like, oh, hype. If we had gotten that over the course of 3.5 months, I don't think we would have viewed it as highly as we do.
I think it would have been talked about more, because I think with the binge model, it's easily like excited faster, but then it's easily then forgotten quicker. Because once the binge is out, once you've watched it and you talk about it on a stream and you're like, oh my God, I love this and that. It's like, okay, what's next? Right. But like what we're doing right now, we still have another 4 weeks of us talking about it. Right. So it's going to be in our mind's eye for the next. Yeah.
Not discounting that. But what have we done for 4 weeks now?
Talked about how shitty it was.
Talk about how it hasn't lived up. And this is my point. And this is what I mentioned about, like, when you end on a high note, that's what you remember. So you didn't have a month of people talking about, oh, this doesn't live up to what we had before. You've had a month of people going, you know, like, oh, that was great. Did you haven't watched it yet? Go watch it. That's what was happening. You know? So, and that's all I'm saying. I'm just, no matter your thoughts on this show versus that show, what's good or bad, what I'm saying is the digestibility and the excitement of being able to just go, and we can step out of comic book films. You can go look at the TV show Suits. Suits has been received completely differently in a binge format than it was ever received on a weekly release.
Ooh, see, this is really interesting because you may have heard this before, Josh, but Gary and Jeremy tend to have this argument every now and then on Friday Night Tights, where Gary is extremely adamant about the weekly model and how with Game of Thrones, if Game of Thrones wasn't weekly, it would never be talked about ever again. But because it was weekly, you had like the build up, the water cooler talk, the advertising, the live streams.
Sure.
But Jeremy argues, I don't give a shit about any of that. I want to watch it now. I want to watch all of season 1 Daredevil tonight, right? And if I want to do that, I can just binge it. And so that's their, you know, they go back and forth. But so Josh, you're saying though that if Daredevil were to be released weekly, it would not have the same.
I think if the first 3 seasons were released weekly, it would have not had the same fervor and excitement as it did. And that's
crazy.
Not, hold
that's
on,
crazy.
Hold on. That's not discrediting quality at all.
No, I know.
What I'm saying is, because when it dropped, you had people day 1 watch the entire series. And this show is fucking amazing. Da 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 da. Whereas if you had people watching it week by week by week, and yeah, it ended with good like cliffhangers, but I think you would have lost some viewers along the way. That's all I'm saying. Okay. And it's not a one size fits all. What I'm saying is you either need to craft your television show that it is designed for a drop, and I do think that's what they kind of did here. Was they tried to formulate this almost like the Netflix series, where, you know, some of these kind of slower parts or worse parts, if it was all at once, you would digest it a little bit better. But because it's not, we're lingering on the stuff that's just not good. But compared to every other Disney Plus show, this is good, even in its bad points, maybe not this episode, compared to everything else Disney Plus has done.
I think my counter argument to that, like what shows that the weekly model is working, is Reacher. Reacher has been phenomenal, and the ratings are continuing to go up for Reacher. People are returning week after week for Reacher because the quality is there, and each episode is ending on a high note that wants to bring the viewer back. It can be done correctly, can be done well. Unfortunately, Daredevil is not doing it well.
That is exactly what I'm saying. I literally just said this show was made as if it should have been a binge, and they didn't drop it all at once. That's literally what I just said. Because I'm not saying that one method or the other is better than the other. I'm saying you have to craft a show the way you write it. If you're going to do weekly, this is kind of going back to what we said about the cliffhanger. You have to craft it in a way that people want to come back. And this is not crafted. This is crafted to just consume.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying.
And that's what and I know you've kind of alluded to this, but it feels like that's what every other Disney Plus show has done, because they've, like Echo, they dumped that. They dumped every single episode on one night
because it was shit.
Exactly, because they were just like, we just want to get rid of it, right?
Yep.
But you're saying that,
And the opposing thing, like WandaVision, the reason it worked and got excitement and hype was because it was a weekly release. And you had all these fanboys theorizing what's going to happen. What is this?
Mephisto. Yeah.
So,
no, it's true. I think if you go back to season 1, I agree with Josh. If that was built on a binge model, if you were to go back, if we were to do it, episode 1, we're taking it frame by frame. I guarantee you could find a bunch of shit in there that we'd be like, I don't know, I don't really like that, or ooh, that scene didn't look, or that didn't work very well. You go through every fucking episode, I guarantee you're going to find shit that doesn't work, lines of dialogue that don't land, scenes that don't make any sense, because they're there.
Well,
but the fact that you're able to watch the whole thing, you're able to say, no, as a whole, this is good television. This is a great season. It's like, and that's fine. This, unfortunately, we're looking at it every episode. We're able to pick up. Yeah, did you see that Frank? That 2 seconds of him staring off.
It matters.
Reason? Yeah. Would you have found that shit in Daredevil season 1? Fuck no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't even think about that because you're thinking about the end.
Then here's our challenge. Here's what we're gonna do next. Once Daredevil Born Again season 1 is over, we're gonna do exactly what we're doing with this, but we're gonna do it for Daredevil season 1, and we're gonna see if it's.
You better be careful. That's a sacred cow for you. You open that up. You better be careful.
But even if I watch it again and I know that there are things that I dislike or things that I don't hold up to the same standard as I thought it was, it's still one of the best things that Marvel has ever produced, like bar none.
Right.
So,
but it's not going to be the same because you've already seen it.
In college, 10 years ago.
Wait, I thought you said you were going to rewatch this.
No, I was going to rewatch, after we finish this season.
You want to go back to season 1?
Yeah.
Right. So my point still said you've already seen it. You know what's coming. For a fact you're getting the payoff. So my point is you're okay waiting that time because you already know the payoff is there. You like that payoff. You know what you're getting, you're going to be fulfilled. When you don't know if you're going to be fulfilled, it makes a difference because that's when you get that, I don't know if this is going to pan out to where I enjoy it. I don't know if I want to spend another 6 weeks watching this. There's other shit I can do. There's other shit I can binge.
I will say
that's what comes into play.
I will say that when season 3 dropped, I kind of fell off. So of Daredevil season 3, when season 3 dropped, because those first few episodes, I was like,
they're terrible. They're not good. That Officer Nadine piece of shit is a fucking terrible actor. That guy ruined that fucking season.
Here's a great question. Marvel Star Wars Fanatic 6 says, so do y'all think they should drop all of Daredevil Born Again season 2 all at once? Depends on the quality and depends on how they've structured each episode, I think.
I think they should start going back over season 2, what they're doing after the response to these episodes.
I think I think it just depends. I'm a firm believer in things coming out weekly because I think strictly for the sake of sustainability for these platforms or whatever, you kind of need that. You kind of need that That way people aren't like, well, here's my free thing. I'm going to binge it. And that's all I wanted. And peace out. I'm out.
Yeah.
And I don't blame people for doing that. What I would do is like find a happy medium. If you've got like a block of episodes, show the block of episodes. So maybe for this in particular, drop episodes 1, 2, and 3 all at once. Get the first 3 episodes. Like you can binge those first 3 night 1. Cool, great, move on. Next week, maybe drop the next 3 episodes. Have this one, we introduce Muse, and then if I'm correct, and the next 2 episodes are Matt / becoming Daredevil dealing with Muse, you get that in a little like compact story. Finish out the season with the next 2 or 3 episodes, whatever it is. That's almost what I would do.
Okay. Well, we'll kind of end it here, but because man, we've been really. What's so funny is that though this is the worst episode, it's by far the one that we've dissected the most. Like,
well, we made fun of it. We made fun of Leroy.
Leroy Jenkins.
Battle.
You better get my probation, boy.
I'm gonna go to every Dollar General and Dollar Tree in my town until I find some fiddle faddle, and I'm gonna post pictures with it.
Please do,
because I thought it was fake.
No, it's real. It's real.
I cannot believe that's real.
It's so funny. Like I thought that was the writers being like, "Oh yeah, in the Marvel universe, there's got to be something called fiddle faddle." Like I thought it was Rick and Morty writers.
It's literally like Cracker Jack, but like the cheap, poor version of Cracker Jack.
Yeah,
Leroy wanted
the version of like it's like bag cereal almost.
It's like the 99-cent store of Cracker Jack.
Oh my god!
I swear,
man, I just wanted a dessert.
I want something that tastes good. You know what I mean? It's
good,
like
man.
Battle, like that's what you're going for.
Man, I've been eating through dumpsters, and all I wanted was a little fiddle faddle, man.
Yeah, well, until RFK Jr. gets rid of that, and you're gonna get nothing.
Well, the fluoride in the water.
Fiddle faddle's gotta go.
Max, I'm sending you something in the private chat.
Oh no!
And I'll let you. There you go. Amazon.com, baby.
Oh, they've got it on Amazon, eh?
Yeah.
Ooh, the Zons, I can get it
with the Zon. All right.
I
well,
said
maybe
Cracker Jack. Maybe I should have said Crunch and Munch because that's apparently the actual.
Oh, Crunch and Munch. Yeah, I know
Crunch and Munch. I know Crunch and Munch.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that.
Just say that.
The reason why I know is because I got a Marvel poster one year when I was like a 3rd or 4th grade. They were doing like a giveaway or something, and I won the huge Marvel poster from Crunch and Munch.
Wow. I didn't know the Marvel was sponsored by Crunch and Munch or vice versa.
Well, it was back in like the early 90s, back when they were still profitable.
Back when comics were good.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, let's go around the horn. Give this episode a score out of 10. Kyle?
Oh god.
I know. It's like it's got the lowest lows and the highest highs. This is a weird episode.
A 2. I mean, I don't. I mean, honestly, everyone just go on to YouTube, wherever the fuck, and just find that Frank
scene.
Just watch that. That's all you need from this episode.
Yeah.
Everything else is, I wouldn't even call it window dressing. It's nothing.
It's worthless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh?
I was gonna say a 3, and it's a 3 because of the Frank scene. Like the Frank scene elevated it to a 3.
Yeah,
that's fair.
What about Heavy D?
I got to go with a 2. You know, the scene with Frank wasn't long enough. You know, and it's just that one scene. It's just a 2.
Yeah. Man, I might go with Josh on this. I think I might give it a 3.
Whoa.
I know. When I've been the most harsh one.
Kind. Wow.
Wow.
I don't know. You know what? I think it's just because rewatching that Frank scene, I watched it about 3 times. Only that scene. I didn't watch the episode 3 times. I just watched that scene. I watched the episode once and I was like, yep, that's good enough for me. But yeah, maybe I'm looking at it with rose tinted glasses, but
it's a good scene.
It's a great scene.
Good scene. It's a good scene. Oh, wow.
That may be. Well, do you think a scene coming up will top that scene? Do you think we will get a scene that will surpass that scene, or do you think that is the best that this season has to offer?
It may not be with them two, but it may be Frank talking about the symbol. If they do it right, there could be a scene where maybe Frank has to take on someone and he has to, give a monologue or something.
Do you think we're gonna see Frank blow a guy's face off like he did with that Irish mobster?
I hope so.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope so. Or in Punisher Warzone, where he goes into the house and he just takes the sawed-off shotgun to the guy's face and just goosh.
Love that scene. That's
God,
that movie.
Yeah. Oh my God. And they don't hold back on like the blood and gore on that. So yeah. So like the episode's bad. Maybe I'll give it a 2.5 because as I'm thinking about like rewatch it, or as I was watching it, I was just so uninterested. None of the characters seemed like they were written to be the characters that they have been. Yeah. 2.5.
I watched this Tuesday night, and then I was like, maybe I was harsh on this because I wasn't feeling my best and I could not hear completely well. So I watched it again on my lunch break today, and it made me mad because I felt like I ruined my lunch break.
Oh,
I was like, I spent 45 minutes watching this shit on my lunch break.
Yeah, I watched it Wednesday, and then I watched it today. I watched it this afternoon.
Yeah, you got to watch it twice. I feel like to fully like grasp everything that's going on. Yeah. And then once you really once you get a transcript, once you actually get the script of the episode, you really like it fully becomes actualized, and you're able to really go line by line and go like, that doesn't make sense, or like, why would he say that, or this actually really hit home, or I didn't realize that this was the stuff like that. So makes it a little bit more impactful. But
agreed.
We'll kind of end. Last week I said that we were going to go over this because I just thought it was hilarious. But Reddit posted this political comic book creator graph, and it's just too funny not to like fully go over. But in the far left authoritarian corner, you have Brian Michael Bendis. Had a dictatorship over Marvel for 20 years despite being a part of its proletariat. Disregard for past continuity feels like the Cultural Revolution. Hilarious police station cameos. Or hilarious police station cameos. I don't know.
What does that mean?
I never took him as that extreme hard left.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably swap Kelly Sue here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would say down there on that list. I mean, yeah, Kelly Sue,
McDuffie, Gail Simone, Dan Slott, Denny O'Neil. Honestly, but Denny O'Neil had enough sense to like try to be a little balanced with his writing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dwayne McDuffie, I never picked that up.
Am I mixing Dwayne McDuffie up with somebody else? What am I thinking of?
Dwayne McDuffie says left Marvel because it was too racist and created his own people of color centric comics publisher. Wrote generation defining versions of DC heroes in the Justice League cartoons. Kelly Sue DeConnick says brought fourth wave feminism to comics. Yeah, I think he deserves to be like up here.
Yep.
Would be more lib left, but her flagship characters movie has the MCU's most blatant military propaganda.
Who's that? What?
That's
Aquaman?
The editor. Yes, it sounds like the editor inserting his bullshit or their bullshit into this. No.
Oh no! Wait, no. They said MCU's most blatant military propaganda.
Yeah,
who did Kelly Sue write
for?
Yeah, who's her flagship?
Oh, yeah, Kelly Sue maybe did write for.
So that's
Captain
military
Marvel.
Propaganda. I never saw Captain Marvel, so I have no idea. Was there a lot of military propaganda in that movie?
I don't think so at all.
Not really.
Just the like.
The Air Force.
They call it a cockpit for a reason.
Oh my god, yeah.
And then they're like, "I'll show you." You know that shit.
We're girls. We're better than you.
Oh, hey, vagina power.
We should call it the vagina pit. That
Hey,
doesn't sound good.
why don't you give me a smile, sweetheart?
No, wait,
Oh my
no,
God,
it's
the Dawn.
it's the snatch hatch. That's where we're going. Yeah.
Ah, now we're talking. The
Yeah.
cockpit and the snatch hatch.
Mm.
But yeah, no, the Dawn is one of the best characters in MCU history, man. Dawn's great.
Yeah.
Tom King exclusively writes about his guilt and PTSD about working for the CIA.
Yep.
Every issue only contains the same 20 words of dialogue, still somehow has the
Yep.
best handle on mental health in comics. No,
What?
not at
What?
all.
Did you literally not read what you just wrote above
Just
you,
wrote,
you
yeah.
fucking idiot? Like, really?
Still somehow has the best handle on mental health in comics. God, maybe this has got to have been written before his Wonder Woman run.
Yeah, was this written by I don't know,
Templeton?
was this pop culture philosopher? Who wrote this?
Oh, hey, and well, I don't know.
Was
That's
it
a good
Rock and
question.
Robbie that would do that? I think was he put on
I
here?
don't know who is the origin of that. This says no, it doesn't say who did it. This just
I'm
says
sure he was a
political
consultant.
compass memes.
Okay.
That's
So
the
Rock and
subheading
Robbie was a
of this.
consultant on this. Like, oh, don't be too mean on
Hmm.
Tom King.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Dan
I love
Dan
that
Slott's
Dan
face is
Slott's
so
face.
funny. Refused to relinquish control of Spider-Man for nearly a decade. Posts Orange Man bad on Twitter. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that tracks. Yeah.
he's a busy man. Yeah.
Denny O'Neil wiped his ass with the comics code.
Is that literal?
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds literal. Gail Simone, one of the most well-known and influential female comic book writers. Are you sure about that?
Give me a fuck off.
Did they not want to talk about frickin' who wrote Daredevil? Annie Nocenti? Come on. Or Miss Simonson herself,
Yeah.
Louise
Right.
Simonson? Like, Jesus, man. Tell me you've never read comics before.
Did Gail Simone write
Or-
this?
Oh, yeah, well, maybe. Yeah,
Is it
yeah, that's bad.
Joe
What's up, Josh?
Duffy? Isn't Joe Duffy a lady too?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah,
Yeah.
that might actually be, yeah.
Hmm.
Called out the comics industry so hard that they offered her a job. Oh, my God.
Fuck off.
Wow. They make it sound like that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Kieran Gillen, first comic book writer to fully understand 2010's Tumblr. What? Yeah, whoever wrote this is like terminally online or something. Like
Correct.
some of this stuff is just,
Just live on Twitter.
yeah. Warren Ellis, king of comics with edgy postmodern humor and social justice. Did the 2000s equivalent of grooming people on Discord? Used to be my favorite writer.
What is
Huh.
But
Interesting.
you know what? I don't care what anyone says. Ryan North is just a lazy, cheap ass knockoff of Warren Ellis with his Doom storyline right now. Warren Ellis did it
Oh,
immensely greater. In his Doom
infinitely
20
better.
Infinitely better than his Doom 2099 run. It is fantastic.
I need to read Doom 2099. Those
Yeah,
2099 books are fun.
So Max, and it's forewarning you right now. Not gonna lie, the first several issues of Doom 2099 are not good. They're
That's all right.
objectively bad. It's not
Oh.
until Warren Ellis jumps on, and where it's like it makes
Oh.
a turn. And
See, now you
it's
can
really-
binge it because you can binge it. It gets better. See,
yeah.
I can just read. I can just buy the trade paperback, and then that
See?
way, just like
binge read it. Yeah.
There is a Warren Ellis collection that's out, but it's out of print. But it's $70, but I'm not gonna lie, it is well worth it. The art is fantastic and it's well written.
huh? I'll have to
I-
check it out.
I have to add, I don't know who I was mixing McDuffie up with, but I was getting him confused with somebody else. But in that effort of trying to figure out who I was mixing him up with, Did you guys know that Tony Isabella is now Ginny Isabella?
Yes.
Oh
What?
god,
It's all something like that.
terrifying.
And it's disgusting.
No
Yeah.
way.
Anyways,
When did that
carry on.
happen?
I don't
it's
know.
brave.
It's like a month ago. It's like
Yeah.
a month ago he
God.
announced it. Yeah.
It's very stunning and brave.
And does Tony look still like a man?
I don't know how Tony could not look like a man.
Yeah, that thing is
Tony-
disgusting.
Just now, it looks more like Jabba the Hutt. It's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
good.
Oh
Pretty
no,
gross.
that's not good.
No.
DJ Smith just goes, bruh.
Bruh.
Yeah, that sounds about right for that. Oh man. On the right though, on the right hand side, apparently all of these people are right, which is not true. Like Frank Cho, Garth Ennis, Robert Kirkman, these are not people who are voting conservative.
No.
Or even just Republican.
No.
Frank Cho says, not even a predator or anything, just so damn horny. Main goal in life is pissing off that one Spider-Gwen artist. And they drew him with one gigantic jacked arm.
Haha.
Haha. Garth Ennis says, hates cape shit, yet most well known for writing a cape shit character? Punisher?
Hitman?
Punisher is his most well known, but
That's what I would assume.
that
Yeah.
Punisher ain't cape.
No.
And
But no, that is true. Garth Ennis is on the record. I heard him say it. He hates superheroes.
that's what the
Yes.
boys,
Yeah.
is vehemently why I
Yeah.
hate.
He despises them, yeah.
Yeah.
Will write the best yet most fucked up comic you have ever read, a rich man's Mark Miller. Oh, a rich man's Mark Miller. Interesting.
Oh.
That them's are fighting words
Ooh.
there, friend. Because when you think of Mark Miller, Old Man Logan, which they adapted for the movies, Ultimates, which they adapted for the MCU. What else did he frickin' do that they adapted? Kick-Ass,
Kick ass.
that
Secret-
they adapted for the movies. Like,
Kingsman.
yeah,
Jupiter's Legacy.
everything. Mark Miller has done has
Chosen.
Civil War.
Civil War.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
what else do you need? The guy. I mean, what?
to say he's the poor man's Mark Miller is
Oh, rich man's Mark Miller,
hilarious.
yeah.
Yeah, rich.
Yeah. Or rich
Um,
man, yeah.
let's just put it this way: if you look up Mark Miller's net worth, it has him estimated at 25 million. If you try to Google Garth Ennis' net worth, nothing comes up.
There you go.
I mean, I love Garth Ennis's writing, but yeah, that's
Sometimes it's been
Yeah.
crap
Early
lately.
2000s, if you're around then, yeah, it's
Yeah.
great.
yeah.
Yeah. If
Garth Ennis
anything,
now talks about
I was gonna say, if anything, he's probably barely a millionaire. If anything, Garth, if he's lucky.
I mean, he's The Boys has probably
Yeah.
put him over that. The Boys
Yeah.
has definitely put him over that line, but
I would
he's
hope so.
nowhere. Yeah, he's nowhere near what Mark Miller does. And yeah, if you read his stuff, his like newer stuff, Jesus, it's so like
it's
The-
rough.
ribbon-
Crossed is going to be optioned. You ready for that?
Dude,
okay.
Crossed is like
Yeah,
Crossed is
fucked up.
you read Crossed and you go, I need to take a shower. My
Oh,
God,
yeah.
I need to go to church and take a
Question
shower.
your life. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
The Ribbon Queen book that he did was like so anti-cop, so pro-black, so pro-female. Like,
Oh,
That's
dude,
right.
did you read?
It's all right.
Oh, that sounds that's super far right. Did you read his? What was the horror comic that he did? Creep Show. He did the Creep Show with
Oh,
the
that-
abortion. Do you remember that
Right.
one?
Oh my God. that
Oh
was
my God,
fucked
that was some of the
up.
most hateful, just
God.
pathetic, like cynical, asinine.
Yeah. I forgot
Like
all
it
about
was just
that.
the worst.
God.
Worst.
Oh.
It's so weird how he does so well with Punisher, and then he gets to like these other. Maybe he's trying to make up for like all the really great stories that he did, and he's like, people think that I'm a right wing
Yeah.
Nazi because I wrote for Punisher. Now I gotta erase all that by
This
doing
is
all
who
this
I
other.
really am.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just wrong. Frank Cho is wrong. Robert Kirkman abandoned industry monopolies to invest in small businesses. Walking Dead royalties single-handedly keep Image Comics afloat. I don't know how that has any. Maybe the small business thing is Republican. I don't know. Right?
Sure.
Because
Joe
capitalism
Quesada?
and making money is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
8 marriage, 8 character development. Loves Mephisto. Love edgy 2000s reprints. Simple as. These two are weird. I don't understand these ones.
I don't. That's different speak. What?
Yeah, that's internet speak that I don't
Yeah.
understand. Mark Miller wrote some of the most depraved comics known to man. Are they talking about Nemesis? Yet gets a movie or TV deal for every other comic he makes. A poor man's Garth Ennis. And then they have like the retard meme face.
Uh-huh. You're jealous.
Yeah, so that's what it sounds like to me.
Yep.
I do want to read Ethan Van Sciver's though. Tried to bring Gamergate to comics. No, he didn't try. He
did.
He did. Like, it's still alive and well today.
Yeah.
Proceeded to get shat on by half the industry via Twitter. I mean, he's making more money than any mainstream comic artist right now. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I mean,
only half? Jeez.
I was gonna say, he
yeah.
pisses off almost everybody.
Yeah.
At some point in time.
Even people in his own sphere hate him. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's just kind of his human sunbeam, you know,
who he is.
Aura.
Yeah.
The Unfunnies by Mark Miller is the dirtiest thing he's ever written. The Unfunnies. Have you guys ever read that?
Yeah, they're okay. He did it a long time ago, and I don't think he's coming back to them anytime soon.
Okay, I got to read that then.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Jack Frost, is it darker or dirtier than Crossed?
No, it's just dirty. It's not as dark as Crossed. It's just dirty.
Yeah, because Crossed is like depraved. It's like, oh my god, what am I doing?
Mm-hmm.
So, DJ Smith says Mark Miller did Trouble too, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Which is funny because his favorite superhero is Superman. He has his cape in his house.
And he's got the damn cat from the movie on his piano.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and yet he writes some of the most crazy effed up crap. Yeah.
When he has a Superman story he's written, right? Didn't Mark say that? He's like, I have a Superman story like ready to go.
He did, but DC, but he did, but DC, they're not hiring him.
Yeah, which is bullshit. I'm like, I want to read it.
Yeah, that'd be so rad. Chuck Dixon wrote a Wall Street Journal column about how liberals have ruined comic books. I mean,
sure,
that
and he's right. Sure, I'd buy that. Yeah.
Most well-known creation is a Hispanic villain involved with drugs. Why do these people keep thinking that these, like, their most famous characters are like just wrong? Like Chuck's most famous character that he wrote was maybe even Punisher as well. Same with Garth Ennis, maybe, or Robin.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that are Bane, but like I would say anything with Alpha Core. I mean, that surpasses everything.
Of course, how could I forget?
Yeah, I think this.
Oh my God,
is a little late.
Alpha Core is not the Trinity, but they're part of the Trinity, even though Alpha Core is 3 people.
Boom.
The Trinity is something different.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Isom.
Yep.
Yaira. And Ricky Ritardo.
Yep.
Brian
Solari.
Brian Solari. How did you remember that name?
How could you not? It's so. I mean, it's just right there.
Save us. and then the chick, and then the girl.
Yeah, girl.
And then girl character TM.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Trinity. Oh my
That's
god.
it. Chuck, you're the man. Don't stop.
You did it, Chuck.
And now it's
and then-
Horseman
and
between
now
Albacore, Horseman.
Horseman.
Yeah, and
Is he
stuff.
doing?
Is he doing
he
Zolar?
also writing
Zoltan?
Zoltar?
Zoltar?
Zoltan.
Yeah, Zoltar. I think he's doing that one too, right?
That sounds right. Yeah. Xandar. No.
Oh, Xandar.
Oh, by the way, I meant to bring up Zoltan because I wanted us to go over his concept design or his costume design. There's a lot going on.
It's awful. Did you see
I
Patrick
also-
Thomas Parnell's version of Zoltar?
Oh my lord.
It was so pathetic.
Oh
it was so bad.
god. It's even worse. It's even worse if it's possible. So wait, so Zoltan's Zoran's catchphrase is what kills must die, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a Punisher thing, like if you do this, you're gonna die by my hand.
But aren't you killing though? He says, "What kills must
But-
die." But if I kill you,
But if you
Well,
kill, then you're killing, so you must
Then-
die.
you have to die then, right?
Yeah. So his slogan automatically
Null and
is
void.
This is wrong.
Oh my
Oh
god!
man. And his logo is clearly a Green Lantern. So
100%.
it's a Z. I don't know if you've seen it. Like
Yeah, oh,
in,
yeah. Oh,
in
I've seen
it, have I seen it? It's a Z and then a circle in the center.
Yep.
But the Z, like the cross,
Doesn't
goes
go
through. The
through.
circle. Yeah.
It doesn't go through the circle because like
No, yeah, you're. Oh, yeah, that's
isn't
right.
it broken up with the circle? And so it's like it's not a Z.
So it looks like a clear Green Lantern symbol.
Yep.
That is wild. Too funny.
Keep it up, Chuck.
Chuck, yeah. And hey, he's getting a paycheck. You know what I mean?
Probably a big one.
Yeah. Good for
Yeah.
Chuck. Yeah.
Mhm.
Frank Miller, Ronald Reagan bad, American exceptionalism and imperialist foreign policy bad, 9/11 happens, wait, never mind.
That makes him
So-
far right because he hates Ronald Reagan.
So I think they're saying he hated Ronald Reagan and he hated American exceptionalism and imperialism, foreign policy. But then 9/11 happened and then he changed his viewpoints. And then he was
Yeah,
like, oh no, I actually like
Well, here's the thing: people, this jackass is neglecting to mention that he's a New Yorker. He lived in fucking New York when that happened.
Oh wow.
He was
yeah.
pissed. He,
Yeah.
he wrote Holy Terror because he was pissed. And
Yeah.
if you're an American at that time, clearly this jackass wasn't, and you're living in New York, and the Twin Towers get knocked down, you're there. It's like you're gonna be fucking pissed.
Oh my god, I forgot about Holy Terror.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
remember
my
that's why people felt unsafe to go to conventions because he wrote that.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But he
Let's
really-
forget
my
the
God.
fact that if you sneeze towards his direction, he's gonna fly 50 feet. But
Well,
Correct.
yeah.
He's already halfway
He's
blown
doing-
over,
yeah,
so you
this
just
Poor
Yeah.
guy.
Mm.
Yeah, I remember, dude, back in 2020, or maybe even before that, like 2018 and 2021, there was a story that this Muslim woman was going to a comic convention. Some nobody, like, didn't even like have her name written anywhere. She felt so unsafe for Frank Miller, like a legend in the comic book industry, to be there, that they removed him and kept her for that convention. And I was like, my God. Is this
Yeah, it was
really what we're doing?
overseas. It was overseas, I think, and he
Yeah.
was the name. And without
Yeah.
him, there was literally jack and shit at that convention.
Yeah.
I think it was more recent than that though, because I feel like that was
You think so?
post-COVID. I think so.
I thought
Maybe
yeah,
it was
it's-
2021 then, 2022. I just remember reading it like right after I got out of the Marine Corps. Like I was still like fresh out of the Marine Corps or something and I found it. But we've got Shieldwall of Dragons coming in here hot with a membership for 30 months. My dude, thank you so much. He says, "What's up? Congrats on getting re-monetized." Well, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. This one is for you.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Still look just as good in Daredevil and or not Daredevil, Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
Ike Perlmutter, de facto CEO of Marvel, so close to Trump that he practically ran the Department of Veteran Affairs. What? I didn't know that. Kicked out of Marvel Studios for being too racist. Yeah, that didn't happen. But I do know that didn't Ike Perlmutter, wasn't he the one who said like, oh, girl action figures don't sell? So like, let's not do a Black Widow movie.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
well,
but he did say no to Black Panther. He didn't want Black Panther in a film at all. So he was a little racist, but mostly he was
he
just
really?
I mean, look, it's like the Amy Pascal of it all. Amy Pascal got dropped from the graces of Sony because she was like, or Universal. I think she was at Universal at the time, one of the two, because she was like, no, I'm not gonna put a black lead because they don't put butts in seats. And then those emails leaked, and then she got dropped, and then she got put on the Spider-Man shit, and like whatever.
Well, and now she's taking over. Now she's taking over James Bond. Isn't that great?
Oh god!
Oh no!
Yay.
That's terrifying. But Ike honestly, Ike is just cheap as fuck. That was his problem.
Well, isn't he from Israel?
Perlmutter?
Oh,
yeah, isn't he? I think he's Israeli.
Ike?
I think so.
Are you saying that his last name should be Schwartz?
Yeah, or Goldstein or something like that. Very frugal with money. I thought he was.
Oh yeah, I guess Israeli American. Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you have it.
He's frugal. All right.
Oh God, Ike Perlmutter. Oh my God. Oh Jesus, Bubby. Oi. We can't have a Black Panther in a movie. Oh God.
Hey,
Jeff Johns. Oh yeah.
Had Ike Perlmutter had his way, Black Panther would not have been in Civil War.
Yes.
I mean,
hold on. Had Ike Perlmutter had his way, Tony Stark, Iron Man would not have been in Civil War. The movie.
Well, that's lame.
Which is retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't have.
He didn't want to pay for him.
Well, I don't. Well, there you go.
See, he's not necessarily racist. He's just cheap. Come on.
Yeah.
No, he didn't want to pay for Robert Downey Jr. He didn't want Black Panther because he didn't think black characters would sell. So there's a little problematic there.
Half right.
If Ike were to have seen this latest Daredevil episode, he would have been proved right. So
yeah. Damn.
Oh God, this Leroy character is killing me. This is why we can't sell this Leroy character.
Who's the producer of all the Spider-Man cartoons and stuff?
Avi Arad.
Yes, dude. Navi Arad and Ike Perlmutter. The level of cheapness from both of them is insane.
Hey, you don't get to be a billionaire with just spending your money like it's nothing. All right, you got to pinch those pennies.
Goldberg Steenbaum.
There you go.
100%. Yeah, Ike Goldberg
Steenbaum.
Last one I'll say here is Jeff Johns, because I don't know what they said, but it looks like they say a DC version of Bendis. Interesting. Now he's on a Ghost Machine, which is probably better for him.
Mm-hmm.
Retcon decades of character development just to make some Silver Age nostalgia fanfic.
But Jeff is liberal. Like he's not psychotic liberal, but he's liberal. He's like center left.
Yeah,
he's the normal Democrat.
Normal.
Yeah.
Marked for death by Alan Moore and/or Ray Fisher. I don't know why.
I would say Alan Moore because he took the Blackest Night concept that Alan Moore introduced in the Green Lantern mythology and made it a huge event. And Doomsday Clock.
Okay. Yeah, the Jeff Johns, I mean, his Green Lantern run. I was just talking about this with Cannoli Sasquatch the other day. Like his Green Lantern run will go down in history as like one of the greatest runs of all time. Like
his his Flash run is really strong.
JSA, his JSA run's fantastic.
JSA, his New 52 work with Aquaman, really good.
Actually,
yeah. Aquaman's good.
Honestly, the only character I've been like, with him on is Batman. He writes Batman a little weird, but everything else, man, like he gets the characters.
Yeah. And I've always found this kind of funny, Kyle. I think you and I were talking about this the other day. Where like, I was looking at my Green Lantern omnibus. It's right over here. It's behind this JLA one, but I'm looking at this Green Lantern omnibus, and I look at the name Jeff Johns, and I look at the name Ethan Van Sciver. And I'm like, this is a piece of history. This is like a comics legendary piece of history. And Ethan's name is on this thing. Where's Ethan at right now? And he's just on some stream, man. He's just like live streaming with people. And I always forget, like, I have to realize, like, it's so funny. These are just like people, you know? Like a lot of these like big name artists and creators and like legends, they're just dudes, you know?
Yeah. No better or worse than you. They're just fucking people.
They're just people, but they're just really, really talented. Like Ethan is so damn talented, but yeah,
too talented. He's too good.
Yeah,
a little bit too good. I don't know if you watched their King stream the other night, but they all drew leprechauns, and his leprechaun was pretty funny because it was Fragaboom as a leprechaun.
Oh God.
Dan,
the fall from grace.
God, that hurt.
That hurt. Yeah. Hey, but you know who won 2 weeks in a row, back to back? Our boy Aaron Lopresti.
Aaron? He won.
Yeah, Aaron. And you had like top name artists on both weeks, and Aaron beat them both 2 weeks in a row. Rightfully so. His stuff was really good. He did a leprechaun the first time, or no. He did the Leprechaun recently for St. Patty's Day. And then before that, he did a Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein, I believe. And they were sick, man. They were so cool.
That had been good.
Yeah.
I took down, I had a Dan Fraga.
You took it down?
What?
Yeah, I had of comics up here. I had a Dan Fraga. I took it down.
Wow. Was it Black Flag?
No, he did a what you call
it? He did Rocketeer for you.
Yeah, he did a Rocketeer. Yeah, I put it back in. Put it back. I put it away. Yeah.
I mean, Fraga's really hella talented as well. I look at some of his stuff and I go, man, he's really good, but you can't really get over.
You can't have your kids do. I mean, that's crossing the line like that. No.
Like you watch that because the video he took down, but the video someone else had re-uploaded it or something. They were able to put it on Twitter, and I was like, I watched it and I was like, it can't be that bad, right? And then I watched it and I was like, oh, whoa, no.
Yeah.
So, because I thought Ethan was just making a big deal and causing drama and starting shit, and I'm like, okay, come on, it's not that bad. And then I saw what the kids were doing, and I was like, bro, this ain't it.
I'm lost. Fill me in.
So, Dan Fragaboom, famous artist and Liefeld's inker. Rob Liefeld's inker back in the 90s.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Long time penciler.
Yeah. What's the kid situation?
He's been in a tuffle with Ethan and some of the Comicsgate guys because he feels that the Comicsgate, like King's crew, have been a little bit too judgmental and they bully people, specifically Shane Davis and John Malin. So Fraga went on to a live stream and was like, calling out and was like, we need to, stop being bullies and blah, blah. And you guys need to stop doing this shit, and just starts like calling people out. Well, the video, Kyle, do you know if the video was from later on after that stream or before, or if it was just something random?
Of
But
Dan?
yeah.
Yeah, so this was after Ethan did a stream with a guy. I don't know what that other fucking YouTuber's name is. He looks like a fat John Lennon. I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, it was
But
yeah,
he,
it was
that guy hates
Pod
Dick Masterson.
Awful. Yes,
Pod Awful. This guy
Yeah.
hates Dick Masterson, and
Yeah.
EVS finds Dick Masterson funny. And so that Pod Awful guy kept bringing up the fact that he thought EVS was gay and kept calling him a throat goat on his stream.
Oh, that's right.
So he's like, so you're not a throat goat. So you're not a throat goat. Is that what you're saying? You're saying you're not a throat goat. Okay, I'm just checking to make sure. It's like
he's a troll. He's an obvious troll.
Funny.
Yeah.
And then so after that, Dan then posted a video in his car with his kids, and he's like, okay, everybody, on the count of 3, say throat goat. 1, 2, 3, throat goat. And one of his kids who's in a car seat in the back in a car seat is sitting there miming sucking a dick. Yeah.
When I heard about it, I was like, no, like maybe she's just like, moving her hand or something, right? But she double hands that shit.
Yeah.
And like Indian birds, you know what I mean?
It.
Like,
and he's in a car seat.
Car seat.
Definitely under 12.
My God, yes. Yeah. Like far under 12.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And I'm like, no, you can't. Why are you teaching your kids this, number one? Why does she know that?
Yeah.
When she's pregnant at 14, we know why.
So he takes it down, but it was already up on the internet. So
but it's the internet. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone saw it. Too late. Yeah.
God.
But like he's trying to make like some stance. He's trying to be funny to like, oh, I'm going to show Ethan. I'm going to get my 3 daughters and me in my car, 2 of whom are in car seats behind me, to say throat goat. Like,
yeah,
demented. Like,
yeah, and that's like, who are you trying to own? Like,
who are you owning?
You just fucked yourself over, dude. Like, it's just not smart.
And those poor girls, you know what I mean? Like, they're now on the internet, so it's like, they now have to pay the sins for their father for being an idiot. It's like, ugh.
Dan, and then he first came out, and no refunds on my book. Everyone, fuck you, no refunds. I'm not giving any refunds. And then he changed his mind after everybody was fucking just harassing him. Yeah. All right, never mind. You can refund your book.
Yeah, because everyone was like,
book. It's stupid. Don't refund the fucking book. It's dumb, stupid, but like, don't come out and say absolutely no one's allowed to get a refund. It's like,
no, I'm still keeping like I pledged money. I supported his book. I'm not going to get a refund or anything, but it has been about 5 years. So
has it been that long?
It's been almost that long. I mean, I would say
2021.
Well, I think it was during the COVID lockdown when that stuff happened.
Yeah.
So, 2022, 2021, at least 3 years.
Fraga must be getting PR advice from Air July.
It was just a weird few days. Like, it was boom, 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 boom. I mean, it just
kept escalating.
It did. For stupid stuff. And it's like, Dan just wants to be down the middle. He's like, I just want to be friends with everybody and make comic books. Yeah. And it's like, that's good. But like,
cool, man.
Quit taking sides of shit you don't know the full story with. So he's like, no, I didn't want to be friends. It's like, I get it. John Malin and Shane Davis, I get it.
Sure.
I get it. But
they make people upset, yes.
Yeah. But PTP and some of those other guys, it's like they were just making fun of them for going to a sex club. Like, that's all it was.
Dungeoneers, bunch of queers.
That's it.
Yeah, it's like when Fraga was saying, like, I just want us all to be on the side of comics, right? That's the side everyone should be on. I'm like, yeah, I love that. But then he's like, but you should have fulfilled the Pit campaign, Shane. And Shane's like, It was Father's Day. I was taking my daughter to the zoo. What do you
Yeah.
want me to do? Like that.
I have a
it's
life.
So, yeah, it's so ridiculous.
The story behind the pit campaign and all that
my
drama
God.
is insane.
It's crazy.
Insane.
It is so crazy.
Like, I don't know, because who was the person who whispered in his ear to say, don't do this, don't go with PTP to finish this book or whatever.
No, even before PTP, it was supposed to be it's supposed to be the Diaz
Phil
brothers.
Diaz. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And yeah, Drew, I know you're really close with the Diaz brothers. So
Yeah.
man, that whole story is wild, and it's crazy that Dale was it Dale Keown, right? Who's fulfilling the omnibus. Like the fact that he just backed out and was like adamant, was like, fuck no, I'm not doing this. We're not doing the campaign. We're not, like, just, yeah, weird, man. Super weird. MG says Fraggle was saying that one side can talk shit and starts fights, but the other side can't respond. Shane Davis should have launched the pit campaign he had no control over after two grown men responsible for it didn't want to. Makes sense. Well, that was what he was trying to say, is like, Dale Keown and PTP both said we're not launching today. So Shane was like, cool, man. I'm going to go take my daughter to the zoo because it's Father's Day and I want to spend time with my family. If you two grown men aren't going to hash this out, then I'm going to go do my own thing. And Fraga was upset with that. So, which is shocking, but
I know.
Oh, well. Yeah, we could do another 4-hour stream just on Comicsgate, but alas.
I just
yeah.
watched that throat coat video.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
So it's as bad as we expected. I mean,
bro, that girl, I mean, the one in the high chair or the whatever, the car seat, high chair. Fuck, I'm getting tired. It's probably 3 or 4, but it looks like the one doing the motions is like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
But still not good.
I was taking it as someone coached her, like, oh, make these motions, but then she's making noises with it as well. Well, it seems very clear that she has watched things or witnessed things that she should not have watched or witnessed.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Like, it's not someone told me how to do this, so I'm just like, you can tell a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like she is familiar with oral sex. Not saying that she's done it.
Right.
Sure.
She has seen it, whether it's in person or on porn. Like, just
correct.
Oh God.
Dude, what's the statistic that like young men are introduced to adult content before the age of like 10 or something? It's something crazy. But there's some statistic out there where it's like young men are introduced to it like way earlier than their little brains can even comprehend what it is. But I forget what the statistic is. Josh might be looking it up, but I don't know. But yeah, no, it's one thing if you're like, 8 and you're joking around, like just making stupid, even if she were like flipping off the camera or something, and be like, well, that's rude and kind of disgusting, but like it's not
right,
whatever. But for her to like mime the sounds and movements of that, it's like, nah. Maybe Shane should have uploaded a vid of his kid. Oh no. I can't read the rest of that, MG. I'm sorry. All right. Well, I think that'll do it for this evening. Man, we really went into depth about that Daredevil episode because it was just that bad. Do we think that it will get any better?
That has to be the pits, right? That has to be the worst episode we're gonna get.
Yeah, it has to be.
Freaking hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, if Leroy comes back, then I'm turning it off. But
man,
yeah.
As a victim, do you think Muse kills Leroy Jenkins?
Oh, someone does.
Yeah,
I hope so. That'd be
cool.
great.
Yeah.
He's got a handful of kettle corn or whatever. Yeah. Kibble bits. I don't know.
I think we'll get the distraction of Daredevil actually coming back. I think we're finally gonna get another fight scene. You know,
Yes,
after not
please,
having
get
this,
Daredevil
like
in our Daredevil show.
it's like look, I'm giving you enough grace by giving you a pass for not having Daredevil for 3 episodes, but have a fucking fight scene already. Jesus
Right.
Christ.
Something.
Like have 2 to 3 an episode. This should be an action show.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we'll get some distractions and some action. I'm not going to say it's going to be a better show overall, but
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll find out and tune in next week when we'll review it right here. We'll go over, and I think next week will be 2, right?
2 episodes.
Dos.
That's gonna be a double long episode for us. Damn.
Yeah.
5, 6. Yeah.
It's gonna be 2 hours. Blech.
Yeah.
Oh well. Hey, but we do this for y'all, and now that I'm monetized, there's a reason to live. No, I'm kidding.
You pay for
I
your
was getting
fiddle faddle
close.
now. How about that?
Yeah, now I can pay for my fiddle faddle. I can go on Amazon.
Yeah.
Thanks to Josh who sent me some fiddle faddle. So there you go. But no, this was super fun, and thank you guys for your insight. I always love hearing what y'all have to say about not just the episode, but the characters and where we think this is going. I think it's good to kind of speculate and go through some of the plot points and whether there are any or not. But yeah. And hopefully you out there are enjoying it just as much and are having a blast as well. And now that I'm remonetized, consider becoming a member, consider subscribing and donating so that we can get through more of Daredevil Born Again Season 1. So, but yeah, Literature of Imagination says, I saw 2 ads just now. Congratulations, brother. Oh, dude. Well, I'm sorry about the ads. But thank you for congratulating me on the remonetization. About the ads, I thought I removed those from live streams, but I'll go back and check on it. So thank you, sir. Appreciate everyone for coming out tonight, and we'll see y'all next week for the next Daredevil Born Again review. Thanks again.